Oops. Should probably keep this over here. Looks like they're going on to game 2. Oh, they're rewinding it. They're like playing replaying rounds in between games, it seems like. Oh, this is unfortunate. Maybe the next round is starting. I hope. All right, sorry about that. Looks like they're getting back into the rounds. I was kind of confused what was happening. This is like the only stream I can find of it. And I think the whoever's streaming it is, well, I can tell you who's streaming it. It is Draw a Card, but it is not in English, so I figured I'd stream it. And they're like, I think they're going back to previous rounds in between like whenever the game ends, they're just like scrolling back into previous rounds. And yeah, apparently I cannot see my chat on OBS. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't really know if anyone's talking anyway. And I'm not even 100% sure what my email is. Kind of unfortunate. That over here. Yeah, I kind of thought that I was starting right in the beginning of a round, and then they just yeah, it turned out to not be at the beginning of a round and in the middle of it, but this looks like the beginning of round 5. Looks like we got Dragapult versus Gardevoir. This can definitely be a hard matchup for Guardy, but it is certainly winnable. Especially with getting the Monkey Dory with the Dark down right away, but only one Ralts is kind of unfortunate. And I imagine the Dragapult's going to go for an item lock unless they are only playing one Badoo. This is an unfair stamp Dragapult build too, which you don't see very much. What? Settings. Right. Sorry, I'm just trying to log in to see the chat, and I had to check what my email was. That looks like it. Next. I don't know how it let me start a stream without being logged into to my YouTube on OBS, which is kind of interesting. Oh, this is the Charizard version. The Guardy player didn't get item locked, or isn't going to get item locked, it looks like, which is pretty important. Since he didn't get a very good setup at all. Not now. All right. It looks like he must have top decked an artisan or maybe Dragapult played Iono. I wasn't really paying the best attention. I was trying to log into OBS, which I thought was a pretty automatic thing. Yeah, he's probably gonna wanna let me know if the audio is all right too. I've been having like a lot of audio problems with my mic lately, and I tested it a little bit beforehand. What is going on? All right. Yeah, he's probably gonna want to get this Monkey Dory out of the active because those can definitely be pretty important in the matchup. But I don't really know how much of a choice he's really gonna have. See, this is the Heroes Cape version, so they're if he copied Michael Davidson's list, he's probably not going to be playing Drifloon or anything like that. Which, oh, the TM Evo, that's pretty nice. I think Michael Davidson kind of built this list probably preparing for Dragapult, just like getting a EX with a Hero's Cape and like tanking even 2 hits with Gardevoir and then turrowing it up and kind of playing the 2-shot game into regular Dragapult is what you're going to want to do. But the Charizard is going to make this a lot harder because you really have no good way to deal with it other than maybe just confusing it. All right, thanks for letting me know. Um, yeah, so I imagine it's going to be a pretty tricky matchup. Because usually what you're relying on into Dragapult is that they can't deal with your Guardian one hit, and this version can certainly do that. It's got the shiny Charmanders, the Pokeball Dreepies. Those Pokeball reverse hollows are so cool. And I think after this round, they probably, it seems like he's rewinding it and going back into other rounds. I wish I could. All right. Oh, my bad. Everything pops up on my main screen when I wish it would not. I want to hide the taskbar. There we go. All right, it is muted. That's what I wanted to see to make sure it's not like playing two voices. Um, I don't really do the watch alongs that much, but this one I was just like looking for a stream and all the only ones I can find were not in English, so I couldn't really understand what they were saying. So I figured I'd just, you know, stream it just so I could like, it's kind of boring sitting there watching it with the audio off or not really understanding what it's like saying or anything. Because Azul usually streams a lot of the regular events. So I figure, I don't know, people would probably rather watch him. So I haven't really been doing it since he hasn't been going too much. But I've been considering it. Yeah, the Dragapult players got a pretty decent setup here. Playing a regular energy search, I guess that makes sense, like specifically in Dragapult, like the Charizard version too, because you're not really trying to pull multiple energies out of the deck, but I don't know. I haven't played too much of the Dragapult deck. I'm not sure how bad discarding cards is. I feel like Vessel would maybe be a little bit better, but I have definitely seen people doing that. He's just got it all going on. He's grabbing the Manaphy. The Guardy player does not seem too happy about that. Imagine maybe he was planning on like Scream Tailing the Charmeleon. Oh, I thought he was going to get like a Candy Dragapult play this turn, but looks like he evolved into Tricloak. This camera is super shaky, unfortunately. But I cannot really control that, obviously. Oh, now he's going to get the TM Evo. Oh, no, just attaching it to thin it out of the deck. That makes sense. I don't really know that there's really anything you'd want to Evo anyway, unless like maybe a second Charmeleon. Both of your Dracloaks are just not getting knocked out, so not really too worried about protecting them. Got double counter catcher and a boss. I did. Oh, and he has Candy Zard in hand. Interesting. Maybe probably just wants to bait the Guardy player into knocking out the active. Then he can just counter catcher up the EX, knock it out, and like play an Iono, leaving a Guardy player with only one curly and forcing him to evolve it isn't really the best spot for Guardy, but I'm pretty sure this build of Gardevoir is playing a Pheasantipity, so you can kind of supplement the draw. I can't really remember if it's playing Greninja or not. It doesn't look like it. It would have been nice if he could have got Spirit Tomb down a little bit earlier, maybe, but didn't really have that option since he didn't start with like Buddy Poffins and only had one Ralt, so you're not going to really prioritize getting down a Spirit Tomb at that point. He benches a Flutter Mane, plays Iono. That's putting all the Gust to the bottom too, which is pretty nice. He's still got another Refinement for the other side. Second Dark Energy and an Ultra Ball, so he can get the EX, get into Flutter Mane and attack with it with like 0 damage on it, or he could move the damage off the Monkey Dory. One like nice part about this matchup from the Guardy side is you don't have to worry about Dusknoir. Oh, no problem. But yeah, because Dusknoir is really scary from the Guardy side. Just having them be able to like take out your Monkey Dories or wipe out all your Curlias in one turn can be really unfortunate. Oh, he doesn't have any energies in the discard pile, I don't think, and just keeps drawing into darks. It's a little bit tragic, so can retreat the Monkey Dory and attach a dark to the Flutter Mane and then put the 2 psychics on it. Really, having the 3 psychics would be ideal because he could take 2 prizes in one turn, maybe get rid of the Manaphy. I'm not sure how much of a priority that would be right now. Maybe the second Charmander, so that at some point you can get into attacking with a Gardevoir without having to worry about it being one shot. Oh, he does have 3 psychics. All right, cool. That is, I missed the first one getting discarded. That is pretty good for the Guardy player. And getting 2 Monkey Dory down is just so good. Yeah, it looks like he is gonna target down that Charmander. Probably put one on the Manaphy maybe, so that you can get the extra prize later on with the double monkey. I think would probably be a good play. Yeah, he does end up going for that. Sometimes going ahead in these stage 2 matchups, like Guardy and Dragapult specifically, isn't really ideal because you really want to be able to use your counter catchers and stuff like that. It looks like the Dragapult player drew into possibly the rest. Oh no, he's playing a bunch of fires. Never mind. Not really too sure. It looks like they're probably playing 5 fire energies in this build. He drew into 2, which would be pretty unlucky because you can't really accelerate them in your hand if you're evolving into Charizard. But that was a pretty good player from, or pretty good turn from the Gardevoir player side. Looks like he did prize a Dreepy, so maybe he's going to try to find like a Super Rod and reestablish another Charmander or another Dreepy or something like that with the Artisan. Unless that is what he just used. Oh, he's already got it in hand. That makes sense. Just shuffling the deck or whatever. I can't tell what that card next to the Dragapult is. It looked like some kind of supporter card or like a full art, like a trainer rare Pokemon or whatever. Is gonna play the Nest Ball, get down Pheasantipity. All right, the Gardevoir player is in a pretty good spot now. If he could just has to knock out like one of the Rotom or the Fez or both, and one of them and 2 of the evolving basics, or just like go counter catcher into boss, but no, he's definitely not gonna have counter catcher active this turn because he did take 2 prizes last turn. But the Charizard, it looks like he just drew Charizard EX and counter catcher off that Fez. I think, oh, that's an Iono in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was. Yeah, it looks like the alt art Charizard EX. So now he does have some decisions. I'm guessing he's going to counter catcher the Guard EX and knock it out with the Charizard. That is just kind of an irresistible play a lot of the time for Charizard players. So I imagine that is what we're going to see. And that is going to be kind of annoying from the Gardevoir player side just because he doesn't have like the best board established. And he probably, I guess, he's going to be forced to evolve one of these Curlies at some point anyway. If the, I'm not really too sure what's going on there, but oh, he used recon directive under Flutter main. Perfect timing. That is going to be a big break, and that's almost guaranteed to be a 2 prize penalty. I don't think there's any way around it. He just did too many actions afterwards and moved his hand around a bunch. Like, I suppose you could go back and look at the stream. Oh no, because he got the nest ball off it and then got the Fez. And yeah, that's a 2 prize penalty. So I think that's basically going to be game for the Gardevoir player. And yeah, he might as well just scoop at this point and go on to game 2. Unless maybe they are a little more lenient with penalties over there. I have noticed they've been seeming to try to be more lenient with the stream penalties because it just kind of makes for a boring game when someone gets a 2 prize penalty on stream. Camera's moving around a lot. Yeah. I don't know. For in these situations, I usually just scoop and go to the next game. It just ends up taking so long, and it's kind of like almost no way around it. It's going to be a 2 prize penalty. DKM Esports. Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, I thought that that's funny. I thought that this was the person streaming it, like the only person streaming it. But yes, I will. DMK Esports. They're not streaming it on YouTube either, I'm guessing. Oh, nope. DK. Thank you. I don't know why that just happened. That's weird. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. I'll try to keep an eye on that. I don't know. I don't stream very much, so thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it's usually both players' responsibilities to like keep track of the board state, so you're supposed to let your opponent know, but You can tell by the way Matt here reacted. He wasn't really thinking about it either. And yeah, it's kind of a weird interaction just because it doesn't come up that often. I appreciate it. Yeah, they're probably going to get the head judge. I don't I don't know. There's no way we're gonna know. Oh yeah, you can see him talking here in the background. I don't know if he would have like challenged the ruling or whatever, but pretty sure that's what we're gonna see. And the Gardevoir player does have their boss in deck. As we can see, it's not prized. I don't think they got rid of it at any point. This would have been an interesting game too, because like they both have really good setups, except the Dragapult player having Rotom and Fez down is kind of unfortunate, but maybe at a certain point, like the Guardy player already took two prizes, you got Rotom down anyway. Maybe you might as well put the Fez down, but that kind of sets the Guardy player up for a pretty simple four prize turn at some point. Like boss up the Fez, hit it for 190, and then next turn, Monkey Dory over to the Fez and counter catcher the Rotom. Yeah, not really very good at filling the blank time, unfortunately. But yeah, I see them all while in the prizes now. This almost definitely is just Michael Davidson's list because we saw the Hero's Cape and he pretty easily got the monkey, so it's probably just the three monkey, no Drifloon, no Bravery Charm, and like four Iono and three Arven with three TM Evos, which probably does have a rough time into like regular Charizard decks, but we're not super worried about Charizard right now because people just really, it's just not that well placed in the meta right now. Even though with Miraidon winning, it is in a pretty interesting spot because that is a really hard matchup for Miraidon, even though I think the win rate of Charizard into Miraidon for the Mexico regional was like only slightly favored for Charizard. I think it was like 53% Charizard wins, which I don't know, those I don't know if they take out the ties to figure that percentage. Or are they gonna reverse it? That would be kind of shocking. I thought I'm pretty sure he got Nest Ball off of the recon directive, if I'm remembering correctly. Because like he recon directive and then played the Nest Ball right away. I don't know, I definitely don't have the best memory in the world, but that would be kind of weird. I know sometimes in these spots, like they just pick random card. Yeah, he's showing them the Nest Ball. They just like pick random cards from your hand and shuffle them back in. But that's usually when you catch it right away. And there's no way to like confirm what cards you actually drew off of it with the actions in between. Just I'd be really surprised if they rewound the game state. Well, I guess if they're gonna give him a prize penalty, they have to kind of rewind the game state. So that makes sense. So yeah, that should almost be a just a game loss, right? I guess that is the bonus of having the stream too. They can confirm what you drew. I wish I could remember the Guardy players last turn because I can't remember if they played Iono or not. There's an Arvin on the top of the discard. No, he definitely played Iono because that's kind of weird. Because the Iono put the two counter catchers and the boss of the Dragapult player to the bottom of the deck. which may or may not be their only gusting cards. They might play like a second boss, but I'm not sure. You're kind of tight for space when you're fitting Charizard line and a full Dragapult line into your deck. Hopefully they have like a graphic to show the two prize penalty if there is one, because I can't really understand what they're saying and I can't hear it anyway. Yeah, it looks like they did just rewind the board state. We know he has the Dragapult in hand, so he's gonna have to like spread the damage out because yeah, obviously you really don't want to go 3-3 with double Monkey Dory on the board. Oh, he Iono's the Dragapult to the bottom. I guess he's just saying I'm gonna draw a Charizard and retreat and counter catcher and wants to keep the drawn board. I think a Dragapult attack would have been pretty fine this turn. Kind of tunnel visioning a little. It's gonna end up like the same turn anyway. That's funny. Um, yeah, kind of going all out for the counter catcher Charizard play. We do see the counter catcher. I don't. Oh yeah, got Ultra Ball. So the turn is going to end up exactly the same as it would have anyway, which is kind of funny. Huh. I wonder. No, a Dragapult attack is probably never better here. I don't know. He hasn't seen like the Hero's Cape or anything to suggest that there is no Drifloon. And it seems like he's kind of banking on this Charizard surviving 2 turns, which I guess is fair enough if like you're expecting all Guardies to be like that. But I kind of figured that a lot of people would stick to the Drifloon build. That's what they've been testing. Like Drifloon is like a really nice safety net. This is a good way to finish off the game. It can just get you out of situations. So I would be expecting a lot of people to still be playing that, but also doing this, he's leaving the 3 energy stuck on the Flutter main. So even if he did have Drifloon, it's going to be less likely because he would need Turo. But Guardy is playing 2 Turo. I don't know. Not too sure which technically would have been best. And it would be great to know if he got a 2 prize penalty or not. The Gardevoir player also has pretty minimal draw on the board, and he's got to hit a lot because I'm pretty sure he did have to use an Ultra Ball for this EX, and Guardy's only playing 2 Ultra Balls, so finding the EX can be kind of tricky. But now he does have access to Night Stretcher to get it, which I would think probably playing the double Night Stretcher. I don't know, man. 7's scary. It's like a whole one more. That's funny. I was reading that question all serious, and why are you afraid of 7? Oh, he's gonna promote the Curlia. Huh. I guess he does want to get more like Monkey Dory damage, but you really, unless he already has a Turo in hand. I didn't really look for the at what was in his hand, but one of like the worst things is Guardy is getting energy trapped in play that it just can become hard to get them off of like one retreater specifically too. Maybe it is different though with that. Oh yeah, he's got Turo in hand anyway. It could be different without the Drifloon, but he's gonna Scream Tail this turn. I wonder if he's just gonna knock out the Scream Tail with the double Monkey Dory. or knock out the Manaphy with the double Monkey Dory. It is very possible. Just trying to go around this. Oh, turning up the Fluttermane though. I guess this is where we find out if there's a 2 prize penalty or not. Like if he just knocks out the Rotom and the game ends. Because really in this situation, if there wasn't a 2 prize penalty, I think throwing up the I guess you can't really turn up the EX though, can you? Because I was gonna say you want to turn up the EX to not give them another free knockout with Charizard, but with only one Kirlia in play after that and almost definitely no rare candies, you can't really do that. So there was no prize penalty. That's interesting. That's kind of cool though. It like just lets the game play out. So I'm guessing the Charizard player is probably just gonna continue on the journey of focusing down the Gardevoir EX, but the Guardy player's in a decent spot right now. He's gonna want to definitely Iono him and maybe get another counter catcher on the EX or even a counter catcher on the Kirlia and rebench the Manaphy would be pretty tough spot. Because if he counter catchers the EX and knocks it out, the Guardy player should definitely not put another 2 prizer in play. And just continue down the road of Screamtailing the bench, I would imagine. Yeah, he was thinking about it. He is going to go for the EX. But he could knock out the EX and Iono and evolve the Dracloak into a Dragapult. That wouldn't be a terrible spot. I don't know. Not getting another Ralts down last turn for the Guardy player kind of sucks. Oh, but they're going to be tied on prizes, so yeah, because he's going to take 2 here, and then the Guardy player should not take a single prize because then you're just activating counter catcher and you want to force him to have a boss's order to knock out like your lone Kirlia, or if you evolve into a Guardy, have a boss to knock out the Gardevoir. But even just a boss on the Guardy player's side would win the game. He used Recon Directive when the Dracloak was in the active, and the Guardy player had a Fluttermane in the active. So he used Recon Directive, got a Nest Ball, Nest Balled for Fez, used Fez, and then evolved the Charizard, and then they just rewound the game state, I guess, with no prize penalty. Just usually when, typically at least on a lot of the regional streams, whenever you just even see an extra card off the top of your deck, they've been doing a 2 prize penalty. Or they were doing it that way for a while. I have noticed recently they seem to, they've been being like a little bit less harsh about that. So maybe they're just trying to let stream games play out. Maybe it's a little more chill over there. That's definitely possible. Oh yeah, me too. That's like off stream. That's a game loss any other time. Like just because you can't really rewind the game state when there's like 4 actions after that. I don't know, but some people, some judges will really like take the like it's both players' responsibilities to keep track of the game state thing and try to fix it. But at a regional, yeah, I would figure game loss or 2 prize penalty at the very least. Now it looks like the Guardy player doesn't have anything at all. But the Charizard player, oh, they can win the game. All they have to do is retreat to Dragapult and find a Psychic Energy. So that's kind of weird. That's like, would almost make him have 2 moves all the damage off the Scream Tail, which you really don't want to do. Could retreat to the Screamtail and hit into the Charizard, then force him to have like Psychic and a Gusting card. Or could Heroes Cape the Screamtail? He's got that in hand too. Looks like he's in the tank about this. This is pretty important game at this point. It depends how aware he is of the amount of time left, but I don't think that they are finishing. Yeah, they're definitely not finishing 3 games at this point unless like a donk is involved. We're gonna go for the Mawile, it looks like. Just force the Charizard to stay in the active, and that would let one of your Pokemon do 90 more damage to it next turn, which would potentially be nice, especially with the Hero's Cape in hand. Could possibly get the Screamtail up to enough damage. Yeah, you just need another 3 energy on it to get up to 240 plus 90. Oh, he's got the boss on the Rotom. Oh, so he would have just had game if he had an EX in hand. So I guess we'll have to see if the Dragapult player plays Turo and if they can get into it. Oh, I think he was saying he forgot to move the damage over with the Monkey Dory. Yeah, I don't know. So now he's just pretty much trying to stall until he finds an EX and then he can win. Unless it's gonna go for deck out, that'd be kind of boring, but that would definitely buy more time because you can't Turo and boss in the same turn. This is unfortunate. The stream froze. Hopefully my stream didn't freeze too. All right, oh no. This is very unfortunate. Yeah, he prized Luminion. That is pretty tragic. Oh no, I hope this isn't on my end. Oh yeah, it definitely does. I I know I definitely wouldn't play the best on stream. Just so many people watching and then everyone can critique your plays and stuff. Oh, this is unfortunate. I have to see which internet I'm connected to. I am connected to the right one. I'm gonna see if it's on my end on my phone. I'm gonna try to find this stream. BMKE Sports. Oh yeah, I think it's on their side that the stream is stuttering on. Well, that kind of sucks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was my internet or my Wi-Fi just not loading Twitch the right way or not. That is making the stream all stuttery. Unfortunately, I have to use Wi-Fi and oh yeah, he's just got the Ultra Ball for the Guardy, so it looks like the Guardy player is gonna take game 1. I'm just gonna pause it real quick. Is the gameplay, like, not stuttering for you guys, or you mean just, like, my stream is streaming fine? Well, in between games, maybe I should refresh the page? Oh, yeah, the streams are just so good now when Pokemon is streaming them. Yeah, I'm not really too sure what to do about this. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it just stops stuttering like this soon. Um, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I know the Wi-Fi in these halls isn't really the best sometimes. I don't know if I'll do that. I don't really have the best rap voice. Pretty monotone. Yeah, just not too sure what to do about this. Looks like they both have a mulligan. I think that this is one of those like 8 rounds day one and like 3 rounds day two. So there's still 3 more rounds left and they're 4-0. So what did they make it? You have to go like 5-2-1 to make day two. I think it is. Um, yeah, I don't really use Twitch very much, so I'm not really sure if there's anything that I can do to make this stop. I'm pretty sure it's just on their end that they have to do something. Oh, their stream might have just crashed. Yippee. This is fun. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I hope that they'll fix it. I pulled it up on my phone and it was stuttering like that. Oh, cool, a phone call. Oh, they're saying what happened as well. All right, cool. So cool. It's not on my end. So that is good news. That means that I don't have to figure anything out, which I will say I'm pretty happy about. And we're back. Looks like they just had to refresh the stream or whatever. Getting a good old fashioned spam call. Oh no, I jinxed it. I shouldn't have said anything. Use a low latency toggle. Oh, I have to go to advanced. Have they shown? I have not seen if they've shown the deck distributions yet. Hopefully they do at some point. I would think they would at least. I don't know. I just started watching in like round three, I think, and then I stopped watching to like I have to move all my computer and stuff all down to a separate room. So I figured I'd do that and just stream it since why not? Oh, we did start the Spear Tomb, which is pretty good for the Guardy player, and I wasn't really paying the best attention. Yeah, he definitely chose to go first. I guess he's probably thinking that he just wanted to get the Spirit Tomb down, deny Rotom draw, and then TM Evo the next turn. All makes sense. Can't tell what's in his hand. Doesn't look like he's off to the best start though, because if there was a Poffin, I would imagine that he would have played it right now. Yeah, hopefully they'll show him eventually. If not, we should get him afterwards. I did see there was like a Maridon mirror on, and then they had Jose Marrero on in between rounds to he was playing Goldango versus Raging Bolt. Oh, this is unfortunate. Why? It looks like Twitch is telling me it's on my end though. I have it. Oh, disable low latency mode. We'll get there. Um, yeah, I only got auto and 1080 as options. This sucks. Uh, oh, you're going to EOIC? Yeah, we will know more after this for sure of what should be expected. I am gonna look at the stream on my phone again real quick. Yeah, it's buffering on my phone too. But yeah, EOIC is going to be interesting. I don't know. I kind of expected Arc Aladon to do better last weekend. A lot of people weren't playing the Dialga though. I just feel like the Dialga is like almost too good to not play. Yeah, it's stuttering pretty bad on my phone too. Not on Wi-Fi, so I think. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it fixes itself. It's kind of the same as last game where the Dragapult player is off to a much better start. Oh yeah, I think I like Arc Aladon a lot. It's like probably the deck right now that I have the most fun playing too. Yeah, it's so insane. Zamazenta is kind of interesting. I still have to try that. I feel like the potential to I don't know how you can beat the turbo decks without Dialga. Oh, not playing it? I mean, a lot of other people decided that too. I feel like I don't know, maybe I was getting a bit lucky when I played quite a few games that I was getting the Star Chronos maybe more than I should. I have not tried it with the Squawk yet. I've basically been playing oh yeah, everyone in this chat is saying the same thing. All right. I think they are at least. And they're still talking about the prize penalty. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was basically playing like the same list that won the Japan Champions League and having like pretty good luck with a lot of the time. I've been meaning to try just a 1-1 Dialga and forget what I swapped the cards out for. I wanted to try, I saw some people playing Reverum, which is kind of interesting. I don't know how serious that is though. Private Barrel is just better now anyway. I don't really know if you need it. I've been trying gouging fire quite a bit. Oh, it was yeah, the Dialga gives you the big one hit option, and like that was like the only way I was beating like Raging Bolt, which I don't know how common that's gonna be, but gouging fire might be more common. Was like hit into one for 220, and then next turn go for the V star and like into a four prize swing. And Iono them low and like knock out both their attackers that they have set up. Yeah, prize cams are special. But I've been trying out a little bit of gouging fire. I've been trying to figure out if the deck is actually good. I'm curious to see. We haven't seen any on this stream yet, I don't think, but it feels like it could be a better deck than I originally thought. It's got like a lot of options and is far more versatile than I would normally expect from a a deck like that you would just think is like a big beat stick deck. He's got the Candy Zard. Can't take a two prize turn though. Gonna put the fire. Oh yeah, there we go. I was gonna say it's kind of risky putting all your eggs in one basket like that, but he's down 3-4. I think he's got one more fire in the deck too. This should be an interesting game. They're both pretty set up. Only 11 minutes left. It, actually, I don't think that they ever adjusted the timer from the prize penalty, so maybe there's like 5 more minutes. I think is around what that took. I know that they have that new rule that time extensions can't go beyond 16 minutes, but I don't think it took nearly that long anyway. I don't really have to worry about that. I just wish the stream would calm down. That's funny that I had it on in the background for a bit before I started streaming and it was working perfectly the whole time. So that is kind of unfortunate. Oh, he's got the Cresselia. I haven't tried Cresselia in like Guardy this format yet. So I'm curious to see how it works out for him. I guess it's better without the Drifloon because typically when Cresselia was played before, we were playing like 10 or 12 psychics in Guardy. And so you like weren't as punished by getting energy stuck on the board. But here there's only 7, and then you want to like get 40 damage down. So I figured you'd wait for that until after a Dragapult attack. Can't really tell what he drew off of these refinements. Oh, got the EX in hand, so he can attack if he really wants. Probably just evolving the active to damage it for Monkey Dory. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's gonna have 40 damage on it, so he can move the damage over with Monkey Dory and use Cresselia to like knock out a Dreepy with the 10 damage left over after the Monkey Dory and put 30 on. Maybe put 30 on the Charizard? Not too sure what would be best here. I feel like you got to get through the Charizard eventually. He's probably gonna Cresselia the Charmander. What's it on the Manaphy it looked like? Oh, this is so unfortunate. Maybe they'll restart the stream. Oh man. Someone should unplay. All right. Yeah. I don't know. Nice. This is exactly what I was hoping for. All right, it's back. Hopefully it gets to working again. Maybe they didn't get the premium Wi-Fi package at the convention center. Oh, all right, so it looks like he did not choose to knock out the Charmander. I figured that's kind of what you would be going for is knock out the Charmander and then work on knocking out the Charizard, and then you're just playing Gardevoir into Dragapult, which this version of Gardevoir should have a decent time into it, and I would imagine he's more tested against Dragapult. With the Fez on the bench too, that is definitely going to make the prize map a bit easier. Yeah, hopefully it gets fixed. He's just got targeting down the Guardia every time. I'm guessing he's gonna go for like a confusion play maybe this turn with the Monkey Dory. I'm interested to see what the plan is here because it's if he can get two Charizards with no way to one shot any of them, that's gonna be a little tough. I guess with the Fluttermane too, you could take a two prize turn on like a Dracloak and a Manaphy. You just play on Fair Stamp. I think we saw him hit him with the stamp. I don't know. I was really liking Guardy with playing like two Badoo and just Badooing and forcing my opponent to go through the Badoo and going into an unfair stamp. And then just like starting attacking was working pretty good for me with Guardy. But like I said earlier, I haven't really tried this version yet. I've been mostly playing Gouging Fire to see if it's actually good. I've got the Charmeleon. Maybe you took that off the prizes, I would imagine. Yeah, I think you just promote the Cresselia or the Monkey Dory, whichever one you want to get the energy off of. Because throwing the Curlia could be risky if you don't already have a way to get Gardevoir in your hand, because you definitely don't want to leave that in the active and like just give a free knockout on your draw power. So maybe is going for another Cresselia turn. Second Dark Energy. That might be a good amount of the Psychics down at this point. I think the Temple of Sinnoh and the Charizard deck really teching for Lugia, which I don't know. Whenever Miraidon does good, I feel like people get really like scared to play Lugia. So I don't know how worried about it I would be, but I don't know how often it's played over there, how much they expected it. Which I don't know if like Miraidon winning is really a reason to not play Lugia. Maybe it's a reason to play Lugia if you expect everyone, or not everyone, but people to counter Miraidon, and then you get to the top tables and hope that you don't see any Miraidon anymore. You can Arvin. That is the last Ultra Ball, but he's playing the double stretcher, so not too much worry about finding a Guardy with Arvin at this point. You can just grab a stretcher and get one back after this, or that's what he's going to do anyway, it looks like. Establishing another Ralts would be really good here, just because you pretty much know this guy's probably going to target down your EX, and then you're going to be forced to evolve your last Curlia. And I don't know if I've seen a Pheasantipity from the Gardevoir player yet. I do not have the best memory, so it's very possible we did see one. But that would be pretty good in this situation. And the list it looks like he's playing was playing a Fez, I'm pretty sure. He's getting the Hero's Cape, which I don't know if that means he's gonna play it. Probably just a better card to have in your hand than the TM Evo. So there's really nothing worth putting it on. Because I don't think that the Charizard's getting one shot here. And everything like has weakness to dark basically, so Hero's Cape is not gonna make it tank a hit. So, oh no. Great. Is that yes. Yeah. Oh no, that's a rescue board on the Charizard, but they are playing Defiance Band somewhere in the deck. Right now he's got a board on it. Not 100% sure why. Maybe he's just planning on retreating into a Dragapult and using that for a turn and then saving the Charizard till he can like win the game by knocking out an EX, which is a pretty fair plan. Double Monkey Dory and Guardy is so good when you have both of them down. Just 60 free damage anywhere. Got Forest Seal Stone in hand, it looks like. So we can get to Rotom. You can get another boss, and that seems to kind of be his. Also got access to Lumineon this game, but he's gonna play the Ultra Ball. I wonder if I don't know what that was about. I wonder if he is gonna go for the boss on the Guardy. That did seem to kind of be the plan, was to just focus down the EX as much as possible. Yep, that's what I figured. Now he's got a target for Forest Seal Stone as well. Um, I can't tell how much damage is on the Charmeleon. No, I don't think there's any way the Guardy player could take a 4 prize turn here, but oh yeah, this is a tough spot for Guardy. I don't really know what he can do here. He's got the Forest on the Lumineon, and if you counter catch up the Lumineon, you're just leaving Charmander and Dragapult to attack with. So it's pretty much 4 prize turn here or bust, or he could go back to the Mawile, but never mind, he's got the Forest in play. I don't know if there's really anything you can do, and there's enough time left for this game to finish for sure. It's funny. I think the Dragapult player is only on one Badoo and he prized it both games. He's gonna go for the Iono to 1. So that's the very unfortunate part about going down to a single prize, is only getting 1 card in hand, but in this situation, like, he's just got such a good board. There shouldn't really be much that can stop him from winning this game. Yeah, I don't see it. Neither does our Gardevoir player, it looks like. Shaking his head. He's trying to figure out if there's anything that he can do. They might have actually just called time. It looked like he talked to someone on the side, so maybe they just told him he turned 0. Looks like we're gonna see a tie. I gotta turn the heat up real quick. It is freezing down here. Hello. Yeah, I thought my cat wanted to come in too, but like 60 degrees down here, which is not too cold, but when I came down here, it was originally like 48, so it was very cold when I first got down here. I kind of missed what happened. That was kind of a bad time to stand up. Oh yeah, because he hit into the Charizard for 90 with the Fluttermane the previous turn, so should just I'm just a little bit confused. Yeah, it's just so good. But it looks wait, did he take a prize card by accident or did the game end when I walked away for a second? So I don't see the Badoo down and it looks like he's not very happy about what happened. Oh yeah, that's the prize. What? I picked like the worst time to step away. I thought there's no way that this game wasn't over because all he has to do is forest for like Stretcher or a Charizard. I Oh, did he take a prize card instead of drawing his top deck, I think? No, he has 2 cards in hand. I don't know. I'm confused. That's my best guess is that he had game 100%, like Forest for Super Rod or Arwen for Super Rod, Forest for Charizard, or just get the stretcher. Yeah, so the Guardy player 1-2-0. I think all right, so I guess I didn't miss much. I think what he was saying, or it looked like maybe he's like left-handed and he normally draws from the left and he drew his prize card per turn instead of drawing off the top deck. I think Matt won because they put the 2 right here. But yeah, he circled winner on the match slip too. Um, yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, the Charizard player had game that turn because he just had to Arven for Super Rod and put back the Charizard and then in the 2 energy and then Forest for the Charizard and evolve and knock out the EX. But I'm pretty sure he accidentally drew his prize card um instead of off his deck. The opposite has happened on stream though, because they make you set up your stuff in like a different order than you're used to, and then you got like stream nerves or whatever, and I don't know, it makes just weird stuff happen sometimes. Like someone drew a card off of the top of their deck instead of drawing their prize at like an NAIC. I think it was like a top cut NAIC, or it might have just been a regular round. Wait, am I muted? I'm not muted, am I? Well, I guess if I was muted, you wouldn't be able to hear me saying that. I think you should be able to hear me. I'm pretty sure. All right. Yeah, 'cause my mic just like randomly muted in the middle of the stream earlier. Oh yeah, definitely. I know I've never been on stream, but I've been like afraid of going on stream before, and luckily they did not pick me, and I was very nervous about it. Oh, the stream is muted. Yes. Even if it was unmuted, I don't know if it would play through. Um, I don't know. Like I said, I don't stream very much, so I'm not even 100% sure how to get the desktop audio to come out of the stream, but I'm pretty sure they're speaking Spanish, I think it is. Maybe not though. Maybe I'm just silly. It was the other stream that I was watching that was the whole chat is English, so maybe I'm wrong. I'll check. I'm pretty sure the Guardy player won that round, and it basically went right to time. So the next round should be starting very soon. Oh, it is Spanish. All right. Yeah, I kind of feel like an idiot because I'm not 100% sure because like Puerto Rico is part of America now, so I'm not. I don't know. I'm not very cultured. But the stream, because I was looking, I wasn't sure if Pokemon was going to stream it, and I was like looking for a stream earlier, and the only one I could find was in Spanish. So I was like, oh, I might as well stream it if no one else is. And then now we're here. So how's everyone's days going? Gotta find a way to fill the blank time. I'm gonna see if I can find the page to see who's doing well. I don't know how many people went to this event or like how many. big name players or whatever, because it is just an SPE. Oh, they did? That's unfortunate. I know Azul streamed it, but sometimes it takes a little while for him to make his streams live when they end. And I don't even know if he makes them live on his regular channel or he puts them on the other channel, which I never really understood why people did that, but now I do understand because it definitely messes up the algorithm a little bit when they start like suggesting your stream to a bunch of people and then no one wants to watch it because it's not a video, it's just a stream. Mm, I don't recognize any of these names up around 5-0 yet. See if I can pull that the standings up right here. Let's see. New window. Move it over here. Google. Pokey data. All right. Rico special event masters. Spending. Oh, and Dragapult Charizard. That guy was playing on Fair Stamp. I think on Fair Stamp is quite good, but I do see how it's not as good as it used to be with like Pheasantipity and Mew and everything. But these are like the standings for the event right now. That deck never plays. I'm totally blanking on the name. The tool card that Dragapult uses, Sparkling Crystal, right? Andrew Zhang. I wonder if that is Cybertron Zhang's little brother. I know. I think they both used to play VGC. I'm not sure if any of them played TCG or anything like that. Yeah, I wish that they had the decks reported. Oh, I didn't even see his name on there. I guess I don't know like his actual name. I just know that people call him Dre. Let's see. Yeah, I don't recognize many of these names. I was looking for one of my friends that I'm pretty sure went, but I don't see him. That's unfortunate. I think he's probably playing Ancient Box though, so I could see how that would not go well. Jose Morejero was on stream earlier. Looks like he's not had the best luck the next couple rounds. Yeah, I really like Unfair Stamp. All right, looks like that hasn't popped up yet. It is really handy and like just also being able to like shuffle draw 5 on your own side is really good on an item card. Obviously that's why it's an ace spec, but Hero's Cape could be quite good though. That card is really good right now. I think just like Bravery Charm and Hero's Cape and just having more HP is always good, but it's a little bit better right now. Oh, they haven't updated it. I did not know. Yeah, I don't really recognize many of these names. I guess there is a lot less motivation to go to a special event though, since you're not gonna be able to like win any money. I'm not sure which set they're giving out though for prizes. I don't know if that would make it worth it for people if they're giving out the Surging Sparks. I think that's what it was called. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of that. The last set. I know that last time I checked, those boxes were like 250. But I also heard that at regionals they were like not giving out the newest set to everyone. They were giving out the Terapagos set. Oh, I missed a couple I'll just leave that up there for a second. I named August who lives near me. Oh no, you'll win some games for sure. Don't be discouraged. It's like also if you don't go to a lot of them, like oh he's on this, he's up here. 121, so he's still in it. Yeah, when not going to a lot of them too can make it seem a little worse when you don't do well because like then you got to wait like a whole 6 months or whatever to go to another major to try and do well again, where a lot of the people that we see doing well are obviously really good players, but they also go to a lot of major events, so like it just that increases your odds of doing well as well. And yeah, I don't know, this format it's super rewards just grinding out one deck more than anything else. So I would just try that. Like just being comfortable with your deck is super good right now. Yeah, I don't see my buddy that I was looking for. Yeah, I think Stamp or Hero's Cape are the two that I would consider in a deck like that, but I've not really played the deck very much, so I'm not too sure. I haven't played it like since it first came out. Oh, I didn't see my buddy's name at all. I saw one of them, so I know that the other one's there for sure. Oh, oh my god, I was looking for his last name in the first name spot. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I think that the next round should be starting relatively soon because that round basically went to time. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a site either that we'd be able to see what decks people are playing. Yeah, that is definitely a good call because that's one of the things that I do when we're testing with my friends a lot is like getting a bad hand and just being like, "Oh, this would never happen," and then like shuffling it back in and drawing another one. But it's definitely good to play all those games out, which is why testing on live can be really good because you're gonna play like you're not just gonna scoop right away. And decks like that can definitely come back from rough starts. Oh, this is Dre, right? That's actually his name. I didn't know that. Yeah, 401 is pretty good. I was hoping if I refreshed it, someone would have like reported some of the decks that people are playing, but that was not the case. Yeah, this guy's from my locals. He's doing pretty good. He's a pretty solid player. Actually lost to him at a cup last weekend, which is kind of unfortunate. Very bad resistance though, which is kind of unfortunate. This guy's got crazy resistance, 70%. What did I just do? Things have gone terribly wrong. Yes, I'm refreshing. Not very many people at this event. Doesn't look like what it's like 250, probably 300. That's a very low tie rate. That doesn't seem, oh, 309 it says right here. Kind of funny. So I wonder if that means that there's even less than 8 rounds. I hope not. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know. There's always been like, I've always planned to go to a lot of majors in the year that I was actually going to. They just kind of canceled everything. So that was kind of unfortunate. But hopefully one of these years I'd like to go to like, like 4 regionals in NAIC. And since they moved it down to New Orleans, it's a lot harder to get to for me because when it was in Ohio, it was a pretty decent drive. So we like at least go to that every year, which was usually fun. Going to Worlds would be kind of cool too if they have an open. I'm not sure if they're going to be doing that or not. I don't know if they announced it or not yet. When it was in Washington D.C., they had an open. I know, but I think they had one in London too, so maybe they will. Kevin Fuentes. That name seems familiar for some reason. Wonder if I like hit him in online tournaments or something like that. This is taking a bit longer than I had expected. When did you start playing Eruptions? Um, 'Cause I think like just no matter what the format is like when you're new to the game, just playing one deck a lot is really just a good strategy to like play one deck to learn the game completely from that deck. Just makes it easier to focus on other things outside of like learning new strategies and stuff. No, I don't think there's anything in Ohio this year, unfortunately. Can try and pull up the schedule. Sorry about that. Um, I was just talking to myself there for a while. I don't know why that keeps happening. Like my OBS is just randomly muting my mic. That's super weird. Right? Should be able to hear me now, but yeah, Lugia versus Charizard or Dragapult. I Yeah, it's Dragapult Dusknoir, it looks like. I think that was the Sparkling Crystal that I saw. He's probably, I wonder if he's gonna go for a Badoo here. When there's no Archeops in the discard pile, Badoo can be pretty solid against Lugia to buy a couple turns. I think this matchup is pretty favored for Lugia though. Can be hard for Dragapult to deal with stuff, but I guess it really could go either way with the Dusknoirs. Dusknoir is kind of broken. If you can get like double Dusknoir and knock out both Archeops, I don't know if that's really a play that you ever go for, but that would be kind of insane. Got a play in a Klefki, that's interesting. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's still in it, not into it or out of it until you're at three losses. And there is like motivation to play it out. I'm not sure how far points go to down or if they're ever going to tell us, but remember at the beginning of the season they said that there was going to be like a separate points, like a points threshold for earning like separate prizes, but they never told us what the thresholds were or what the prizes were. There we go. I don't know why it was leaving my thing up there down at the bottom, but yeah, I think it just has to win three more, right? It looks like our Lugia player might have been relying on Luminion. No, he's got an Iono in hand. Going for the Jack or Jock or whatever it is. He's got an Ultra Ball. It's a pretty perfect turn. Oh no, we're gonna see her read the wind. That is yo, this Lugia player looks like Oompaville, the YouTuber. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he kind of looks like him. That's funny. Um, yeah, if he can get like Candy Dragapult, oh, that's kind of a lot to ask for. Actually, never mind. You need Candy Dragapult and Crispin or the Tool, and a Dusclops would have knocked out this Lugia and basically won the game on the spot. But we're gonna go for a Lance, which does give Dragapult a pretty solid advantage against other decks if Badoo becomes like overwhelmingly popular. Just being able to search out 3 of your Pokemon is really good on a supporter. Yeah, it's just going to be another passing turn. And the Lugia player needs like a research or an Ultra Ball to get this other Archeops in the discard pile. Oh, I've never heard him or heard of him. Shaunic? Team Fortress 2. That's funny. I get like I've probably had like 5 comments of people just saying like, "Oh, I didn't know Penguin Zero had a Pokemon channel," and then, which I don't think I really sound like him. I think it's just because I have a monotone voice that it kind of gets misconstrued. And then I got one saying, "I didn't know Dr. Phil had a YouTube channel." Like, what? I think people are trolling me. So I'm not 100% sure what like my IRL friends' names are on YouTube. So I always wondered if it was just them messing with me. I'll have to check them out. I've been trying to watch or trying to find like interesting TCG channels from other games to like get an idea to put a different kind of spin on just like plain gameplay videos. Just like so many people just do gameplay videos. I feel like there's got to be a more interesting way to do it to kind of stand out. Yeah, so the Luke, wow, I keep like blanking on words. I wonder if he's gonna go for an Iron Hands into this Klefki. His voice is Anchor. That's funny. Oh yeah, it looks like he is gonna go for the Iron Hands on this, which it is gonna get knocked out next turn. Maybe you even want to hit into it with a Dragapult though, and then knock it out with the Dusknoir on the turn after that, just to not activate the Legacy energy. That might be the way to go. I'm not too sure. Also, be curious to see how many missed energies the Lugia player is playing. That can be quite annoying for Dragapult for sure. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I made one a while ago, but it just like I ended up making it like way too deck specific, so I've been wanting to redo it for quite a bit. And then that was gonna end up being a totally different video, but I just ended up like rambling on like planning turns for 15 minutes, and I was like, this is really boring. I'll just start like do like a simple sequencing video, and I've been trying to get better at editing too, so that was like a good video to do that on. There's not really like too much editing in like regular gameplay videos. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, what's up, Nico? um, but yeah, that's what there wasn't really any at all when I first started my channel, and that's kind of what I wanted to make originally what I was gonna do. And then once I like went to make a video on like sequencing specifically, I kind of realized why people don't do it. Like literally like anything that when it comes like more in-depth sequencing, like anything that you say, there's like 5 situations that it's like, unless you're doing this, then you would do it the opposite way. And then I think Rowan started making videos on it too. And so I try to like make sure my videos aren't too similar to his. His videos are quite good as well. Or yeah. Nico, did you go to the are you going to the cup tomorrow? But yeah, I think that's why there's not like a lot of sequencing videos, just because they're kind of awkward to make. So I've been trying to figure out like better ways to explain stuff in other categories of information to explain that would be helpful to people. So I kind of got lucky when I first started playing. There's like a few pretty good players around here, so I was able to just like ask them questions and stuff. But I know that it is definitely not like that everywhere. So I wonder if he's gonna pop. Oh, he's gonna pop the Dusknoir. No, that does gonna target down the Archeop, so that makes sense. He can hit into this Iron Hands for 200, knock out the Archeops, and then hopefully next turn finish off the Iron Hands with just a Dusclops. Is it supposed to snow tomorrow? I think it is. I know it's been like supposed to snow for. Oh, it's snowing right now, apparently. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up going or not. I wonder what he is considering here. Kind of missed what he stretchered for. I think it was probably just the Dreepy, maybe? I don't know why there'd be a Dreepy in the discard pile, but I kind of missed that. So I would imagine he's probably going to knock out the Archeops and put the rest on the. Oh, he's going to target down both Archeops. I see, that makes sense. But, all right, so this I wonder if he's thinking 200. Next turn he's gonna boss the Luminion. Oh, he just had boss on Luminion anyway. I think what Dre was thinking was next turn he's gonna pop a another Dust Snore to knock out the Archeops and then boss the Luminion and knock out the Luminion and the Iron Hands to finish off the game. But Lugia player just had a boss anyway to take 3 prizes on Dre's Luminion. Oh, 11 tomorrow? Yeah, it might just not go then. That was a complete cluster last time. All right, so that was a pretty quick game 1. We might be able to see a full best of 3 here. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a ton of snow. Oh, we had Temple in hand? Oh, if he had a Temple in hand, yeah, that. Oh, I see. He was probably waiting to use it to get around the legacy energy, but yeah, I think you just have to play it there because it's so likely that your opponent has a boss or just Luminion to find boss or anything like that. There's just so many things that Luigi could have had to win the game. So yeah, I wonder if we'll see him starting the Ogre Pawn. That puts a lot of pressure on Dragapult, and don't I don't think that this version of Dragapult is really playing Manaphy at all. But I guess he does get the benefit of going first here, so he can evolve his Pokemon up a little bit before having the Ogre Pawn put any pressure on him. I'm gonna grab. Oh, he's just prize checking here. Yeah, I think that's an interesting decision. I wonder if he thought there was no way to win if his opponent bumped the Temple and put a Mist Energy on the Iron Hands, because that's like what the Lugia player would just miss the Iron Hands, and then there would be no good way for him to win the next turn. But I think yeah, you just have to play the Temple there and see what happens. And I'm not really sure how much benefit you get from targeting down the Archeops right away. Like, I guess you're stopping the new Pokemon Regigigas. I didn't really think about that. So maybe that's what he was worried about, the Regigigas coming up and just one-shotting him. Retreats to the Klefki again. That is going to be much better going first for sure. Kind of a busted start. See what the Lugia player has. Yeah, they are playing 4 boss now too, huh? Yeah, I'm guessing that's why he focused on the Archeops, but I think you still just play the Temple there to try to make it harder for your opponent to win the game. Now, now if the Lugia player uses the Ogre Pawn to use the second attack and shuffles all the energy back in the deck, that is going to be a much better spot to focus down one of the Archeops. Like leaving your opponent with really no energy in play and only one Archeops would be pretty devastating. I'll have to see. Yeah, there's the Gigas. This might be a no Cincino version, which the all basic Lugia decks did always feel much more consistent to me. So, had triple Nest Ball in hand or double? Looks like they're both going to get off to a pretty solid start here. Yeah, the Gigas are a pretty big threat now. And I feel like in past formats, I guess targeting down the Archeops is always good because you're worried about Cincino, but it depends what they have in play for energy already. But being able to shut down the Gigas is pretty solid because what it does 330, so they can't really put any double turbos on it. It looks like I wonder if he's got an Ultra Ball in hand to get rid of the, oh, he's gonna squawk. That, huh. I guess you can't really Luminion with this hand, so it's, oh, you can't squawk either, duh. I wonder if he plays the bundle, though. You can't bundle either. This is not Fluttermane. The Lugia player has kind of a dead hand here. He's definitely going to want to sob this Klefki, though. Hopefully he remembers to do that. No, it looks like he just passed. Oh, he did sob. All right. He definitely want to sob. I guess it's pretty unlikely, right? The way that Dragapult is built currently for them to go like Candy Dragapult and attack, but you always sob anyway. Looking for the double Archeops next turn and maybe boss knockout like a Dreepy and the Duskull, kind of bailed out by that Iono. That is pretty good for our Lugia player. Unless his hand wasn't dead. I thought it looked dead though. I wish we had better hand cams for sure. Let's see. Got a boss. Oh, it's so hard to see their hands. Oh, he does have Candy Dragapult on the Dragapult side, but no fire energy. He just doesn't even bother to play it. Makes sense. So he can get into a Lugia. I don't think he's got two Archeops in the discard pile though. He's gonna grab the chops, just research it all away. Hopefully he shuffles the deck, and he does. Rocking the new research with the Pokeball pattern, it looks like. Getting rid of double boss though, that always feels bad. But two boss left should be fine. Two boss and one Luminion left should be enough to get him through the game, I would imagine. Kind of unfortunate part was that he started the legacy in his opening hand, so now he kind of has to use Ogerpon's second attack if he ever wants to gain access to Iron Hands. But I don't know if Iron Hands is even really that important in this matchup anymore with the Regigigas, and I would think he's playing the Weirdeer. Not 100% sure though. Weirdeer does just seem pretty good though. So I think he would play it for sure. Oh, he just gets the Gigas down right now. I don't know. I'm always nervous about benching like important attackers like that right away, but with your opponent getting Nodra Cloaks down, it's not like, I guess it's not under too much threat. What does Ogerpon says shuffle 3 energy back in, I think, so he can just keep the gift on it and shuffle those 2 back in. That's pretty nice. And gets to preload up the Gigas. So now even like knocking out one of the Archeops, he still has a pretty reliable way to one-shot the Dragapult in the next turn. It looks like he's considering if he wants to put the double turbo anywhere. You could just throw it on the Lugia or one of the Archeops if you're playing Weirdeer, but if you're not, maybe there's no point because you might want to leave the Lugia to get 4 regular or 4 non-double turbo energies on it to be able to knock out a Pheasantipity later. He does focus down the Dreepy with the energy. That makes sense. And Dre's Crystal is prized, so that ends up being a better choice than he'll probably know in the moment. That is for sure. I know he's got Candy Dragapult in hand. I don't know if he really has any energies or anything like that, though. Looks like he is consulting his notes. Probably thinking, well, this sucks. My Sparkling Crystal's prized. Not very likely to get an attack this turn, unless he's going to go Luminion for Crispin. I'm not 100% sure how good his hand is, though. Maybe that is worth it, or worth leaving yourself with a dead hand. No, is going to go Arvin. Let's see if he knows about the crystal being prized. Oh, no way. Yeah, he just found out his Crispin is prized, or his crystal is prized. Huh. It did look like he, I don't know, some people are more lenient about that. Like, I've definitely played people that would not let me switch that out for a Crispin, but I personally usually just let people switch stuff like that, especially in the order that things played out. He didn't shuffle the deck or anything, but there has been a few people at locals that have been annoyingly strict about stuff like that lately, which is fine. Oh, he's going to take out both Archeops this turn. That hurts. That might be going on to a game 3. Yeah. Prizing the crystal is definitely rough. I guess he just didn't check for it, but it doesn't end up mattering. Taking out both Archeops hurts really bad. I don't think you can do anything except boss up the Luminion and sob it. I think that is basically his only play. Does have at least an Ultra Ball in hand, and Luminion might already be in the hand as well. Or you could just scoop. This is a pretty solid matchup. You could just scoop and try and win game 3. Even though 26 minutes is more than enough time. Yeah, I don't think you ever promote Regigigas here. There is just really no reason. I think that just boss Soblock the Luminion is the only win condition, but then even a single Turo wins the game. I'm, oh, that's a Master Ball Regigigas. I'm not sure what we're going for here. Is Regigigas 4 energy or 5? I thought it was 5 energy, but it might be 4. That's still not enough for a knockout though, which is kind of unfortunate for our Lugia player. It looks like it's, yeah, 4 energy, and that'll do 310. Maybe, oh, I see what he's going for. So he's gonna hit this Dragapult for 310 and try and build up an Ogerpon to knock out the Dragapult and one of the Dreepies on the bench to win the game in 2 turns. So I guess, okay, hit this for 310. He knocks it out. You promote your Lugia, let that go down, and then by the time it goes down, you should have enough energy onto the Wellspring Ogerpon to win the game. But Dre does have access to the Sparkling Crystal now too, so if he is playing a Turo, Turoing up this Dragapult and candying another one, then attacking with the crystal and an energy would lock this game up for him essentially. Looks like our Lugia player is just thinning out the deck. It's gonna be definitely gonna want to do that. It's gonna become harder to find the legacy energy than it normally would be. That was a pretty nasty play on Dre's side. If he could have got a third basic energy on that Regigigas too, he could have super punished this play, but all that he had, all the Lugia player had in his hand the turn before was a double turbo, and he didn't want to commit the double turbo to the Gigas because, yeah, it doesn't knock out the Drago. That, I guess maybe Dre would have gone for something a little different though if the Gigas already had 3 energy on it. I think, yeah, his hand is just dead. He went all out on that last turn. All he can do is probably put 5 on the Lugia and 1 on the Ogerpon. There's really nothing, nothing else you really can do. I don't think at least. Oh, he is popping the gift energy, but I think the Lugia player has like 7 cards in hand anyway. He is thinking about what to do here. Yeah, I think it's just 5-1 is the only thing that makes sense. Yep, that is what we're gonna see. And yeah, Luke. No, 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 no. Wait, what? That. All right. So what? I'm confused. I thought I knew what the Lugia player was going for, but I guess I didn't. I was pretty sure we were gonna see a promotion of the Lugia and attach like the gift to the Wellspring. Huh. Maybe he's just going for the Blood Moon attack actually. Do need a double turbo for that though. I mean, Dre didn't really do anything last turn, so I think could have got away with just promoting the Lugia and attaching one to the Ogre Palm. And winning the game next turn, but he has other plans. That's not going to be enough to attack with the Blood Moon, unfortunately. He's in a pretty awkward spot. So now what he's going to have to go for is, yeah, knock this out with Blood Moon next turn, hope that Dre is still bricking, and then get a Jet Energy on like Luminion or something to reset the Blood Moon's attack and then win the game. Oh, Sob knocks out here. I'm an idiot. Yes. I'm so used to like using Sob in control decks with a double turbo that in my head I'm like, oh, it does 0 damage. Why is he doing that? Oh, he top decked Rare Candy or got it out of the prizes? That's busted. Yeah, I don't know. I thought yeah, I kind of tunnel vision there on what I thought he was going to do. That makes sense though. That is more than likely a better play than my play because now you're going to get the gift activation. So Iono is really not as impactful. And all he's looking for is Luminion or Boss. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was like just so tunnel visioned on the second attack there. Because it would have technically worked, but you are just losing to like a boss onto the Ogre Pawn if you go all out for that. So this is a better play for sure. Gift energy is just so good. Like, don't even have to worry about Iono. Yeah, so Dre just has to basically. Oh, I like that. That's a good play. So he's gonna move the 20 off of the Ogre Pawn to like the Blood Moon, I guess, is probably the best play, and then try to go for a big 4 prize turn next turn. I guess 3 prize turn because he only has 3 prizes left, but this is certainly going to make it trickier for a Lugia player if he gets him with an Iono. Yeah, this is a really good play. Looks like he's going to turbo up the Luminion. Ooh, without Iono, I do think. uh, I don't know. I don't know what's in our Lugia player's hand, but I know he has a Luminion in his hand. If he has another energy, he's just going to win the game with Boss. Ooh, not having Iono there does hurt. Well, I guess we'll find out if he has it or not. I think it is pretty likely. This is a good play from Dre. Yeah, yeah, he's just gonna Luminion for Boss and yeah, attach the Jet Energy to get him into the active. He's just double checking to make sure. Yeah, you need one less energy than the number of prize cards that you have left or that your opponent has left for Blood Moon, so he does have enough there. And yeah, the second game was much more interesting than the first game, but Lugia does end up taking it. It is pretty favored into Dragapult, unless like exactly the knockout double Archeops play happens. But as we saw, he did end up finding a way to squeak that out. That's very well played. If I was playing Lugia, I would have lost that game because I would have gone all out for the Ogerpon second attack. But that's why I don't play Lugia, I guess. Kind of unfortunate there's so long in between. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick and I'll be right back. Maybe I'll like play some live games in between or something like that. Not too sure, but I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Don't worry, I'm not muted again. I probably wouldn't have realized it though if you didn't write that in the chat. One sec. Um, yeah, there's no. Let's see. Can you guys? I think he's entered. Yeah, I think the stream is normally in Spanish, but looks like the commentator speaks pretty good English as well. I think this guy came over from the States for the event, so he's interviewing him in English. Can you guys hear the stream audio now? I unmuted it, but I'm not 100. Oh no, you can't hear it.
Thanks to Legacy. But it's funny, like now that I've started playing Lugia, and
now I
love
think
Lugia,
you
like,
could
deck,
probably hear it.
Like, it just.
I'm gonna make a statement here. I feel like when Lugia came into the format, it felt like a tier 0. Well, maybe it
Of
was
course,
tier 0.
yeah, absolutely.
And for some reason, when they bring in,
Sorry, my cat's trying to eat my pizza.
It feels like a tier 0.
It's like a Veltal for
on a side quest when I went up to
next in the format. It must
get
be
water.
like close into
Forgot
a
we
tier
had
0
leftover
thanks to
pizza.
that. Like winning
I
against
would say
Gardevoir is not that easy.
Right.
There's some things that like are scary for Lugia.
Yeah, true. There's some things like Miraidon
and Thorns.
Yeah.
But like Thorns isn't even good right now.
Yeah,
so.
Thorns is maybe a little bit. It was really good.
They're
or
probably
fairly
gonna
good
talk
when
for
it was playing with Dragapult, because Dragapult
Yes.
would
quite a
KO
bit
whatever.
because that
Thorns
round
did
ended
not
pretty
KO.
quickly.
I went to the league challenge one time, and my wife and I were both playing Lugia, and there were 4 other people, and they were playing Dragapult Iron Thorns. It felt like I was like it was
At
like
that
a
point,
joke.
it's just better. Thank you for everything.
I
See you
was
tomorrow.
like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. I hope you don't find that many Miraidons out there.
Hey, I beat the one I played.
I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot. There's a lot. Like the best decks has been Dragapult and Miraidon, and a lot of Guardians too. So I hope you don't hit that many Miraidons, and see you on day
my
2.
cat
You're
I
in
just
really
wanna
good
hear
spot. I think
now.
you did day 2 already.
I think I should be.
You're
fine.
401. You're
I'm not trying to make day 2 though. I'm trying
You're
to.
501.
I mean, I am obviously, but I'm trying
That's
to win
16
the whole
points.
thing.
That's 16 points. I think you're already close to
3,
day
6,
2.
9, 12, 15.
Yeah, because I'll double check on head judge. And
No,
I'll
it
tell
is.
you
It's
to
16.
chat. Yeah. 16. Maybe I'm pretty sure you already made day 2. I'll check with head judge to see how the scoring works. Thank you for everything, Dylan. I hope you enjoyed the island. Have fun.
Of course, I want to say I love Puerto Rico. This place is amazing. I just
Thank you.
yeah.
Greatly
Closing
appreciated. And by the way, your wife heard the Valentine's shout out, so that's beautiful. Beautiful bringing the family in, and everybody plays Pokemon. Everybody loves Pokemon. Thank you, man.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure, Dylan. Take care. Hope you have a great day, and hope to see you in day 2 tomorrow.
You too.
Take care. Well, guys, you just saw these 2 amazing players just come in and talk a little bit about their love of Pokemon and how much they enjoy the game and some of the stories they can give us. Gracias a todos por lo que se están dando la vuelta. Seguimos aquí en Puerto Rico SP 2025. En Marcelo.
I thought it was in Spanish, and then he started doing that in English. I was like, wait a minute, am I wrong the whole time? I think that we've got quite a bit until the next round starts. What did that one end at? Like 20 minutes? One thing I really don't like about. All right, my mic isn't muted. One thing I really don't like about Twitch, you can't like rewind. I wish that they would let you do that, but they do not. And they don't have a timer either. Does anyone remember around how long they had left in the round when the round ended? Oh, thank you. I have been wondering about adding a candy into Guardy lately, or even me and my friend yesterday we were talking about trying out the turbo version again because Guardy has like a pretty rough time if Miraidon's going to be popular. And I think it's pretty popular at my locals, he was saying. So we were thinking about going back to the turbo version with like the, even with like 2 or maybe even 3 rare candy and secret box and stuff. I don't know. That's hard to say. The one rare candy in Guardy, whenever I've played it like that, has seemed pretty good because you have so much access to it with Arvin. Bit over 18 minutes. All right, that's what kind of what I thought. Hmm. I wonder. Davidson. Oh, it is fine versus Maridon. That's kind of what I was thinking. I've always been like pretty fine into Maridon with Guardy, but multiple. Yeah, I've always had like pretty good luck into Maridon with Gardevoir, but a lot of people are very insistent that it's a really like bad matchup, which like it does make sense in some situations. Like if you stumble at all and they get a turn 1 Iron Hands and like get 4 prizes before you can even attack, that can be kind of tough. But sometimes even then you can come back with the Mimikyu. Oh yeah, it's super hard for them to kill the Guardy. I think the idea is you, I guess if you go second and get the TM Evo off, it's not as bad. But if they go second and get a hands off and then you go, then you either have to retreat into Mimikyu or use TM Evo. And then if they get 4 prizes before you can attack at all, it can be really rough, especially with the Rotom now because you can Iono them, and then they just draw with the Rotom, and you have to Iono again the next turn. Yeah, Mawile is a pretty good win con in it too. I don't know. Like I said, I've always had like pretty solid luck into Miraidon with Gardevoir, but I feel like maybe I'm just getting a little luckier, like playing against like maybe people that are getting a little unlucky or not as experienced in the matchup or something. Because a lot of people are very insistent that that is a very bad matchup for Gardevoir. Yeah, Miraidon is like very clunky the way that's built with just like 4 Arvin, and that's your really your only way to find cards. And especially if you can, because like Guardy can play around Fez pretty reliably, or maybe like only activate it once throughout a game. I don't know. I'd have to play the matchup a lot more. One second. Guardy plays. What's TOMV? Oh, TM Evo. Yeah, I think the Mimikyu definitely helps in that matchup. Like I said, the real I haven't tried it with a rotom in it yet, but I think that that would help a lot in the matchup. 'Cause, like, basically what's gonna happen a lot of the time if they go second and get a turn one hands, they're gonna go down to 2 prizes while you're still at 6, and then you Iono them to 2. Then they have, like, 2 turns to find a boss. So if they can rotom to draw more cards, they're kinda, like, forcing you to play an Iono again. I don't know, I haven't, like, tested it with the rotom yet, but in my head, it definitely helps with the end game a bit. Uh, Hopefully the stream will start kinda soon. Yeah, I gotta try that list. If I was thinking about going to a cup tomorrow, but there's like a lot of snow and stuff right now, and that's probably what I was gonna play is the Guardy list with like Michael's list exactly, basically, except I was thinking about cutting an Evo for a Badoo. I really like Badoo, just especially around where I'm at, there's like Badoo is just really effective and can like pull back games that you wouldn't normally be able to win. Um, Post third Evo for fourth Arvin. I think alright, depends. Oh yeah. Alright. Yeah, the that does make sense too. Arvin is a little underwhelming depending on how much Badoo there's gonna be. I don't know. I haven't gone to too many locals since Badoo came out, but from what my buddy was saying that goes to a lot of them, is like people around where I'm at are playing Badoo and like basically everything. So I forgot why I went on that rant, which makes like Arvin a little bit underwhelming. It's one of those things too where like at a regional you expect a different meta than like your locals meta. Everyone's locals meta is going to be kind of different and have different levels of players and stuff. And my locals Badoo is like really really good. People like aren't necessarily like the most experienced against item lock, and yeah, it just allows for a lot of silly comebacks. Yeah, that's true too. It's way better with stamp. Just like making them knock out a Badoo and then setting their hand to 2 before they get to play any item cards is like super good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up going anyway. There's like a ton of snow. We'll see though. The last one I went to, I played Guardy with double Badoo, and I used Badoo in like pretty much every round except for one. There was one round where I used it game one and I shouldn't have. It was against Arc Aladon. It was a weird situation where they just didn't like have any kind of setup and I wanted to buy time, so I just like retreated into Badoo, but I should have just TM Evo'd. And that's what I did the next 2 games and it worked. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that we made it past most of the winter with no snow, but we did not. And like, excuse me. Like the past month, we've gotten more snow here than I feel like we've gotten in like the past couple of years. Yeah, that's true. Feels like every single deck wants to go second right now, which makes like even the decks that don't want to go second want to choose to go second. It is kind of cool though that the format's kind of like that, where like the first few years that I played, you just chose to go first, guaranteed every deck, no matter what. Oh no! But you played Reggie Drago? Did you guys go to the cup or the challenge? And it is kind of cool that like Guardy's playing like there's multiple good ace spec choices instead of just like every deck playing unfair stamp or prime catcher. Definitely makes the game a lot more interesting. Yeah, it's crazy how far Drago like fell from grace. It's such a good deck, but with like the whole format just being, I guess the whole format's not, but there's like it doesn't have as many good matchups as it used to, it seems like. Excuse me. Um yeah, with having to worry about like Maridon and if gouging fire is good, which I ordered the cards for it. I'm hoping to try it out soon as long as like TCG player doesn't take forever to actually get them to me. Oh, the Slow King deck, are you playing it like with the Terrakion or whatever? I remember hitting that on ladder. That was one of the most frustrating decks to play that I ever played against because the effect of not being able to attack next turn doesn't work and there's just nothing you can do. Oh, you should have just played Lugia. You have those cards, don't you? Lugia's broken right now. I guess unless everyone played Maridon, but I don't know. You can technically beat Maridon if they stumble a bit and you're able to like, use one prizer as well and get good use out of the legacy energy. I don't have the cards for Dragapult either. I'm probably just gonna buy that theme deck whenever it comes out. Looks pretty good, and it's pretty cool that it comes with Fez. I really wouldn't mind having an extra Fezandipity around. Well, it's just like the end of the format too, and you played a lot of Lugia. And Lugia, I think, is better than it has been. But really, locals are the time to just like try random stuff out anyway. I was gonna order the cards for Arc Aladon yesterday too, but they were like $1 a piece a couple weeks ago. And now they're up to like $5, which really in the like grand scheme is pretty cheap. But it's just like, oh man, they're basically free before. And now it's like $20. There's like a lot of cards I got to get though, especially I guess rotation's a couple months away, but I don't know if I have like any of the stuff to build like a full post rotation deck, but we are getting another set, which could shake things up quite a bit. Oh yeah, I don't have Dialga either. I don't. All that I have is the Duraludons. But that deck is, I don't know. I think that deck is so fun to play. Yeah, you might as well. Oh, I do have all the stuff now for like the Reggie's Pikachu deck. I don't know how if that was even ever good, but especially now. I ordered all that stuff a while ago because I was like, oh, I want to play Reggie's again at some point before they're gone forever. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, it's the best when you can find like older prices on eBay. I used to always order stuff from Amazon because like when stuff went up in price, it would take Amazon way longer than everywhere else to raise the prices so you'd still be able to get them for cheap. Oh, you do have an extra Arcalon? I might need to grab that off you. Oh yeah, that V-Star attack is so insane and it's like this is probably the most reliable it's ever been to get off with the Arcalodons. I feel like you can get it off by turn 3 fairly reliably. And if Guardy's not playing Drifloon either, that matchup is like maybe it's not good, but it's definitely better than it would have been before. With the it like felt pretty free from the Guardy side with Drifloon being able to just one shot Arcalodons whenever you wanted. Then you could just like Guardy knock out the Dialga before it evolved, and then just knock out two Arcalodons, and you could even two shot one and still win the game like way ahead of time. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of gusts in the format. It's gonna be that. It's definitely gonna be like that for a while. Even though it does look like Boss is probably gonna rotate next year, which will be interesting if they end up going through with that. The last time that we had no supporter gust was like one of my favorite formats that I've ever played in, and we had the custom catcher card where you had to play two of them at the same time and it was like a boss, but if you played just one out of your hand it let you draw up to three cards. It was such a cool card. So you only got two actual gust effects throughout a game, but they also doubled as a consistency card. I thought that was a pretty fun time, pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know if we really needed more gust in this format, but counter catcher is like really nice to have as a comeback card. I always thought it would be cool if counter catcher was our only gust card in the format. Dude, custom catcher was sick. I miss that card. Yeah, having a just counter catcher format would be pretty interesting. It would like it would just add so much thought to the game. Like going ahead on prizes would be bad most of the time, which would be really interesting. Which it is sometimes now, but it would like almost be bad all the time. Or if you went ahead on prizes, you'd have to like be far enough ahead to not risk anything or like manage your board really well. That's true too. I didn't really think about um yeah, Dusknoir is another way to control the bench. There's just like a lot of broken items and abilities in the current format. There's so much energy acceleration, so much bench control. There's a lot. I still have all this stuff. I bought all the stuff to build the Zorogarb puzzles and like Buzzrock from that format and stuff. That format was a lot of fun. I wish I played more in it. Like that's right when I started playing, so I wasn't really like good enough to play Zoroark with puzzles or anything like that. And I always thought that deck seemed super fun. All right. Hopefully the next round starts soon. It was a nice break though. Got to eat some pizza. Oh no, the dog's trying to get in here. I can't really let her in. She's gonna like, my cat is a kind of a jerk to the dog and is gonna try to like start a fight or whatever. Mr. Wobble's Twitch. I never heard of that. I guess this is just who they recommend you because I'm not even signed in or anything. Seems like a kind of random group of people. Cause I don't think these would be like the most populated streams, right? 20K in World of Warcraft? That's kind of wild. We should be pretty close to the round starting soon, I would think. I was originally gonna play a game of Live, but then I ended up heating up pizza and like, oh, I gotta eat pizza and keep an eye on the stream and play a game. So yeah, that didn't happen. Oh, we play Smash. I've really never played Smash, except like maybe when I was a kid, one of like the first ones that came out. We got, there should be round 7 and round 8. Oh, Just Wobbles. Mr. Wobbles and Just Wobbles. Um, yeah, he plays Rust. I don't know, they like the idea of Rust always seemed cooler than me than the actual game looked like it was. Oh, they're recommending me a lot of Rust streamers. That's interesting. Yeah, I used to just play FPS games, but now I'm just old and slow, so I haven't been playing them as much. Didn't play too much different kinds of games ever. I always thought DayZ looked really cool, but I feel like that's a game that I could just easily like waste way too much time playing, so I kind of have avoided getting it. First, I planned on that I was going to get it, and then, yeah, I don't know. I'd probably just get a little bit, it'd be like the Skyrim effect. Played Skyrim for a little bit, but then I realized like literally all I was doing was going to work, coming home, playing Skyrim. So I've been trying to avoid games like that. I've been trying to force myself to play more live, but it just takes so long to get to Arceus. Like just the time commitment that I've not been playing as much as I should. Oh, dude, for real, I just get beat so bad. Now, Apex is a game that I could play again. Dude, we were playing Warzone a bit, but I don't know, man. I suck. I was just getting beat so bad every day. It got really frustrating. And they like every 6 months or whatever, they're like, "Oh, time to grind 14 more guns." And like, I don't want to buy the base game just to grind up guns. That's all that I would ever use it for is grinding guns. Next round should be starting very soon. I thought it would have been started by now. Thought we were pretty close. Oh no. I wonder if they'll like keep streaming the top tables or if they're going to start doing win and ends. I'm always kind of conflicted on what I'd rather see. Win and ends are a little more interesting, but it's also nice to just see what is doing the best. But then on the other hand, the top tables are probably going to make top cuts, so you're going to see them later. It's a weird conflict. Yeah, I probably should do that. When I started playing Gouging Fire, I ended up ranking up way quicker because normally I was just playing like Guardy. I'm at the Master Ball level 2 thing. I don't know. I wish that live was just like slightly more enjoyable to play. Like how like Hearthstone and Magic, like their clients are so cool and it's so much more interesting to play. Just something about clicking that play again button. I don't know. And like just this format or since um Prismatic Evolutions came out, it didn't really mix up the format a lot. Like Surging Sparks was so much fun because there were so many new decks to play. It made it super interesting. But this is since Prismatic came out, it's like, well, what deck can I add Badu to? Pretty much. Yes. Playing Guardy in real life is way better. You can just grab all the energy and slam them down on live. You gotta spend all that time putting them out. It can get kind of frustrating. And I always get, I don't know if it's a bug, but on live, like it's pretty often that I'll like end up queuing back into the same person. So I usually try to like take a little bit of a break in between games, like wait a minute so that it'll just kind of stumbling over my words here. If I end a game and instantly click play again, like 60% of the time I go back into the same person. So then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna wait a minute to click play again, and then I end up like watching a YouTube video on my phone or something, and then it just doesn't end up happening. I have played quite a few games with Gouging Fire though. Like I was saying I'm thinking about making a video about it. It's like it is a little bit harder of a deck to play than I originally thought. So I feel like I want to actually be able to be objective about if I think it's a good deck or not. And it seems like one of those decks where if you know the specific plans for each matchups, it's going to be really, really strong. But if you don't, it's going to feel a lot weaker. So I've been trying to figure that all out so I can actually like give a good input on it. And I would want to do it like obviously before EUIC because that would kind of be like the whole like hook or whatever. Like, is Gouging Fire a good play for UIC? Yes, I that happens to me all the time. At least they kind of fixed it because before they added Elo, they'd like reset you back to whatever rank, and I would just queue into Arceus players all the time, which is fine. Like I don't want to play against new players. It's not really fair, but I don't know. It just makes it take a little bit longer to get back up. I wish that they would only set you back like one or two ranks because it's so much more motivating to play when you're actually in the elo tier than it is to get to that point. I don't know. I got to force myself to do it next time because it'd probably be much more interesting for content as well to play like the high elo ladder. And when the next set comes out, it'll probably make the game a bit more interesting as well. which should be cool. I hope the owners' Pokemon are good. I feel like we've been like just having like the same decks be good for quite a while. Yeah, no, they reset you back to Pokeball every time. It's wild. That's actually a good idea to just rip Snorlax until you get to it. People do concede. Yeah, that matchup can be rough. If you have like with Fluttermane and Klefki, it's kind of free. And I think with Badoo, it's like not bad either because you can just Badoo them and they can't crushing hammer off your energy. But if they get too lucky on the hammers or target down all your Curlias and loss zone them, that is pretty rough. Could be starting any moment now. Hopefully they put on if there's like a different kind of deck doing good. I would like to see Arcaladon, but it's just not been doing good enough to get put on stream, I guess. I know Jose Morero was on stream playing Goldengo, which is kind of shocking. Goldengo doesn't seem very good right now. Yeah, it's been starting soon for a lot more. It's past soon. Soon past like 5 minutes ago. Wonder if they're saying anything in the chat. Oh, there is 8 rounds today. All right. I wasn't. I wish they had a timer. How do I have 35? That really makes no sense. Pretty excited for EUIC next weekend though. It is kind of unfortunate that it probably starts at like 1 a.m. or something like that here. Makes it hard to watch, but I usually just rewatch it the next day. Wait, what? Actually, I don't know what time it starts. It says it's 11:31 p.m. in Europe right now, so they're like 6 hours ahead. Oh, so it doesn't start at 1. Maybe I'm thinking of OCIC when they used to have the IC in Australia. It started at super weird times and was really hard to watch. Oh, it's funny. Someone in the chat, what does soon mean to them? This is something I wish that they would I thought they had a backup stream at first when I was watching it because I thought that the actual stream was this other person that was streaming it, and he was somehow going back and watching older games. I'm not sure how he was doing that. So at first I kind of thought that they had a backup stream and they were going to put on a separate game or a previous round in between the rounds, but that does not seem to be the case. Unfortunately. Guess I definitely would have had time to play live so that you guys didn't have to just look at this, but I don't think we very much have time now. I'm not really too sure what to say. Thank you. I all right, I think I know what it is. It seems like every time I open up a new window, it mutes my mic. Oh yeah, if you have Fluttermane and Klefki with Guardy into Thorns, I think is fairly favored for Guardy. But if you don't and they can like hit a hammerheads or two and lost zone your Klefki, I could see how it would definitely get pretty rough. I don't know. I don't every time I play Thorns, it seems so bad, but then you like I look at other people like the Miraidon list, for example, and Thorns seems so good. It's like just putting an Iron Thorns in the active, the chances of Miraidon just bricking the way it's currently built seems so high. Yeah, me neither. It's never happened before, but I've only streamed a couple times and it's usually just like on live. Kind of annoying. It doesn't really make sense either. I wonder if properties now. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So I'll have to keep an eye on it whenever I go to like a separate window. Yeah, this build seems interesting. I'm guessing it's just for the Shield Star V Star and the consistency of Regal stance. Oh, Revenge Blast is pretty decent at the end of the game too. Oh, I will have to try that. That's actually pretty cool. So what, they take 4 prizes, you're still only doing 240. That does hit better numbers sometimes than 220 though. Yeah, I keep on yeah, I played so many games with Future Box the other day trying to get it to be good and it just felt pretty underwhelming, but maybe I want that. I like that deck too. I think that deck is pretty fun. I was thinking about trying it with Scramble Switch in the what's it called? Iron Leaves in the Iron Leaves version, so you can just like have your EXP shares and stuff because that's like the list I was playing. Played a bunch of EXP shares and Iron Leaves as your main attacker, but then with Scramble Switch you could get like a Iron Hands out of nowhere, and there was like a lot of games that I would have won if I could pull in Iron Hands out of nowhere, but I haven't ended up trying that yet. Oh, speaking of Future Box, this is the more classic version. Maybe I should have just been trying this. I watched a video on it though, and the other person seemed to be having really good luck with it, so I figured I'd try out the Leaves version. Oh, it's back. All right, it didn't mute when I closed it. Yeah, it's pretty good in that deck. Relicanth is sweet. Scramble Switch is just a fun card. I played it once at a regional. It wasn't really good. I played it in like an expanded regional in Pikaram. Did not have the best of luck with that though. I don't think I played very well either though. That was kind of fun. I forget what ended up winning that tournament. I think of like a Rayquaza GX deck ended up randomly winning it, but there was a lot of shock lock and Zoroark Garbodor was really popular, which can be pretty hard with Pikaram because the whole deck is item cards and then Trash Lance just like does 20 for each item in the discard. So it one shot Pikaram pretty quickly. Yeah, that matchup can be pretty hard if you're not playing any item or ability lock Pokemons. Unless they whiff all of their hammerheads and you can get 3 energy on 2 Guardies, then you can win. But I think the idea is if you can like set up a Gardevoir, you can make them I think you can make them have to four-shot it with monkey dories, but if you can never get the energy on it and they're able to like focus down your Curlia, can definitely get out of hand pretty quick. I thought they were gonna start the round right away, but I guess not. Should be soon. I've said that a million times now, but we got to be there soon. Wonder what he's saying. All right. They probably just had a judge call that went really long. I think that's why they put a limit on the time extensions because it can cause so much downtime in between rounds and make the tournament run for so much longer. And I don't know how much or if they even prioritize like the stream when thinking about like making rules like that. Because they don't make money off of the streams. They don't like put ads in or anything. But I think that they really just use it as a like an advertisement. I guess that's what the whole like competitive thing is just advertising budget anyway. I don't know, he's plugging some product there, I guess. I couldn't really tell what it was though. Let's see what the people are saying. I'm not sure. I always wish I spoke another language. That would be cool. But unfortunately, I did not think it was cool when I was in high school, so I just like did the bare minimum to pass. And now I cannot speak Spanish. Oh, maybe they had a lunch break? This would be kind of a random round to have a lunch break though. They haven't been doing lunch breaks as much. I kind of always liked lunch breaks at regionals, just not when they do them like right at the end of the day. That was always kind of annoying. But if they did it right in the middle of the day, they're kind of nice. But I know a lot of people prefer no lunch break. It looks like no one um people just walking in front of the camera. That's wild. Disrespectful. No, I don't think they do. I like all the loudest voices don't like lunch breaks, so I think they cut them out and it probably just makes planning easier. And there's usually like it, from what I found at regionals, there's usually one round where you win real quick or lose real quick and you can go grab some food or something. I mostly liked them to just kind of chill. I don't eat very much during the day anyway. That never really bothered me. Maybe I should eat at regionals though. Maybe that's the way to go. Whenever I go, like by the eighth or ninth round, I'm just like pretty tired and kind of have like a pretty hard time focusing at that point. Is that a tattoo on that guy's arm or a sleeve? I wonder if it's like a gamer sleeve for like mouse and keyboard FPS players. Like not rub your arm against the mouse pad. You just drink 3 Gatorades, you're good to go. Oh, Birmingham? Dude, I thought that that regional was gonna be in Alabama when I heard people talking about it. I didn't realize it was in Europe, which was, I don't know, kind of stupid of me. Yeah, that's true. Having to use the bathroom in the middle of a round can be annoying. You can just ask the judge, and I think that they have to give you a break to go to the bathroom. That is usually what I end up doing. Like, I feel like unless you're playing control, the chances of having one round be really short is pretty likely. Like, I think the last regional I went to, I was playing Lost Box, and I played one round against um that Inteleon Urshifu deck that was a thing a while ago. That was pretty quick, so I basically had a full hour. I keep accidentally moving my mouse over to the other screen. Has my audio been choppy at all? OBS keeps like popping up this message saying something about my audio. Hopefully not. Yeah, they flip over a Snorlax. You can just dip half the time. Force it to a tie by spending the whole round in the bathroom. Secret strategy. I think they do though. If you ask them, I think they have to sit there and time it and give you an extension. I'm pretty sure. Because sometimes it is hard to go to the bathroom if there's not a bunch of them. There's like huge lines and you can't find the secret bathroom. You have no choice but to go during the round. Dude, it's the secret strat. Yeah, going to game three, I feel like whenever I play in best of three, I was talking about this yesterday. I win game one, and if it was just best of one, I'd be so much better off. Going to the game three is kind of annoying. You got to play so fast, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm getting to the side of like just having more best of one rounds would be cool. Yeah, definitely don't need anything that's going to do that the day before. That definitely would not be a good time at a Pokemon regional. I don't know. Hopefully they have more Northeast regionals next year. The year that oh cool. Wait, what? Oh, they didn't change the names yet. The year that COVID happened, they were supposed to have a regional like 10 minutes away from my house, or probably like 20 minutes, but and then they just never rescheduled it there, which is quite unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that was going to be the last regional that they announced for this year, but it was Portland instead. They won best of one. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad either. I think in Japan, do they just do way more best of one rounds? I can't remember exactly how their format is, but that would be cool too. And my reasoning is kind of selfish. I just feel like I do better in best of one, or maybe not better in best of one, but in best of three, I always win the first game, even in rounds that I lose. This isn't that Eder guy, is it? I can't remember what he looked like. Dude, we're thinking of all the strats here. We're gonna be winning regionals in no time. Oh yeah, yeah. They do all the way best of one, but I think that they have quite a few more rounds. This is the Eder, right? I can't believe that they're still. I don't know. But I that's been talked about to death, but it's just so discouraging sometimes. And they put them on stream. Yeah, if the game like just keeps growing, they're basically gonna have no choice. I personally think the oh, we have some different decks, it looks like. Well, Alugia and I can't tell what the top left card. Oh, is that just a Terapagos? But yeah, I think they could have just done like one extra round in the old regional format or switched it to best of one and added like 3 or 4 rounds, and that should would still technically be shorter than like 15 best of 3 rounds, or like 17 or 18 best of 1 rounds should be shorter than 15 best of 3 rounds. Oh yeah, he was got caught cheating on camera, and apparently they gave him like a 6-month ban and just like letting him play on stream and stuff now. It's just that, I don't know. I find that to be kind of unfortunate. Like, it was in the finals too on stream. I don't know. There is a few different editors that play though, so I wanted to make sure it was the right one. I think like, if you're in masters and like 18 and older, you get caught cheating and it's like blatant cheating, no question about it, you're just banned for like at least multiple years. It's like, I don't know how fair it is to say that like if you cheat once you're like screwed forever, but maybe it is. This is like a for fun activity, and cheating should be discouraged way more than apparently it is. Because if I remember correctly, the video of him was pretty obvious. Oh, it is Cloth. That's awesome. That's great. Cloth versus Lugia, though. This is not the greatest matchup for Cloth, I don't think. But him starting a Blood Moon and benching a Luminion can definitely help for the Cloth player. There's pretty good odds. Like starting a Rangaroo, he should play 2 Forest. He prized 1. Oh, 3 Area Zeros prized? That is rather unfortunate, but you're going for a Cloth attack this turn anyway, and it should be pretty good odds to get it off, especially with that hand and an Oranguru in the active. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like sometimes there's like a question if someone's cheating, and that I think is way more reasonable to just like give like DQ from a tournament or like a short ban. But when it's like there was no question about that. Like it was very, very clearly cheating. So I think that that should be a lifetime ban, especially when you're an adult. Like I could see like you want to give kids a little more leeway. Like everyone does stupid stuff when they're kids, it happens or whatever, but he's reading his gift energy to see if poison activates it. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, especially because like you can't just be a bad player and cheat and do well. You have to also be a good player for cheating to let you do very well, which he typically does like pretty well. So like what's the point? Like it's not that serious. It's we're just playing a card game. It's supposed to be for fun. I know you can win like a lot of money and stuff, but like you got to have at least some kind of self-respect. I don't know. Should probably not rant about this for too long, but probably should have been banned for longer and not put on stream. So let's just hope the Cloth player wins this one. Oh, is he only playing 1 Forest? No way, right? Is my mic picking up my computer fans? Yeah, for real. Like, I don't know. You like the cheating thing should kind of be like policing where you just don't let yourself do it because I don't it even if you do win and you know that you cheated, what's the point? Where's the satisfaction? Yeah, for real. If you're gonna cheat to make money, go play a game where you can like make millions or whatever. Yeah, so maybe he won't cheat in this one because because there's no money on the line. Even though if it is, I think it would be Surging Sparks boxes, and I think you win a case at a special event, which is obviously not $10,000, but it is a fair amount of money. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't pay the best attention to my opponents when I'm playing either, so I don't know how much times I've gotten cheated against, but I've only ran into one person that I know was cheating. Like he just wasn't a good enough player to win, even though he was cheating, so it didn't matter. Oh no, actually twice. And the first time though was against a kid and his dad was right there, so I didn't really know what to say. But he like took a card out of his discard pile and it was just super awkward. And I was in like a not losing situation. I should have called him out because like you're never gonna learn unless someone calls you out, but I don't know. I don't like awkward situations. In hindsight though. And that like I don't know, it was just so weird because it was like a younger kid. And then I'm like the adult at the tournament calling out the kid for cheating. Yeah, if someone is like magician level sleight of hand, there's no way that you would ever catch it. The the kid that I'm talking about just did it when I wasn't paying attention and I knew what was in his discard pile and then I looked through it again and saw that whatever the card was wasn't in the discard pile anymore. And then the other guy like palmed a card against my friend and then tried to cheat against me and I was just like kind of like friendly in a friendly way called it out in like a way that he would just say, "Oh yeah, I messed up," and then undo the play or whatever. But in a generally, I just assume that my opponents aren't going to cheat, which I don't know. Maybe that's not the best way, but I like to have more faith in people than to just like automatically assume that everyone's cheating. Wait, is this enough for a knockout? That's 210 minus 30, 180, back up to 210. Did he wasn't able to use the Iron Valiant, huh? Oh, it was a knockout. I was kind of like on a rant there and I missed what happened. I I don't think that the Iron Valiant got used though. Yeah, but it's minus 30 for resistance, right? I'm pretty sure the V has fighting resistance. I don't know. They both agreed, so whatever. We're here now. That is typically why the Lugia matchup is a little harder though. I don't know. I probably would have just knocked out the Blood Moon, but I guess there's no way around activating Gift there. I kind of thought he was planning on hitting like a switch into the Iron Valiant. Yeah, it's got the minus 30 resistance, so we would need the Iron Valiant ping. Maybe he did it at some point. We didn't notice. I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. Oh, we're single chops gaming. That's not ideal. So now he can knock out the Lugia with Terapagos next turn. Oh no. Oh, he can. Yeah, yeah, because he took the Area Zero off the prizes. But he's gonna have to probably ditch Squawk and a Oranguru. Yeah, that's not a KO, right? Yeah, and like if you are up against a cheater in Swiss rounds, it's like your word against theirs, and like who is the I don't know. That's kind of a hard spot for the judge to be in too. They don't if they don't know either you, they don't know who they're supposed to believe. It's just a hard thing to prove. So like I was saying, I would hope that when it's on camera like that, it would be more severely punished, but it wasn't. So I wonder if they're gonna get to a oh yeah, to leave the Oranguru for the forest. That makes sense. So he needs a full bench and a mochi on the Terrapagos to get this knockout. And it will get around the legacy energy because it's going to be knocked out with poison. I think that is one of the coolest parts about this deck is there's almost always a way to get around like Pheasantipity and stuff by manipulating your damage with like limiting your bench for Terrapagos and then poison. Looks like they might have just caught that it wasn't a knockout. Yeah, the judges went over and said something. That was 10 damage short of a knockout. Yo, I must be bad luck. Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't a KO. He needed the Iron Valiant ping in there too. They caught it a little late, but I guess at least they caught it. Which is kind of weird. I wonder if the other guy knew it wasn't a knockout because he went out of his way to bench the Iron Valiant, which would make me think he knew that the extra damage was needed, but I don't want to say that. Kind of unfortunate too, because that really messes up everything. I guess he would just have a Lugia V on the bench and a 210 damage Lugia in the active. You see, that should be a game loss, but something that I guess there were no prizes taken involved in the other one, but there was a penalty that should have been a game loss earlier that was not even a 2 prize penalty. So who knows what happens. Yeah, I think taking the prizes should make it a little more severe, I would think, but because earlier someone cloaked. Oh yeah, you saw the prizes. There's no way around it, right? That's very true. Yeah, so this should be a game loss, I would imagine, which kind of sucks. Playing the bundle there was a little bit greedy. I think you just knock out the Blood Moon, but I guess if you think that you're one-shotting everything on the bench, there's a little bit more reason to knock out or to think that you can knock out something better like a Lugia V. But I don't know. I don't know if it would be a double game. I'm not sure. I've been meaning to get my judging thing, but there are weird rulings like this that I'm not too sure about. I think like it is both players' responsibility to keep track of everything, but one person kind of has to get the penalty. And I think I don't know, kind of weird, but oh no, I agree with you. Oh, for the cloth player. Um it was just earlier there was a Dragapult versus Guardy, and the guy used Dracloak under Fluttermane, got a Nest Ball off the Dracloak, Nest Balled for a Pheasantipity, drew the 3 cards, evolved into a Charizard, counter catchered, attacked, and they didn't even give a prize penalty. Yeah, the situation, these situations are super weird. I think maybe it depends if you think that the other player is trying to get a penalty on purpose. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, that I agree. It's both their responsibilities, but the one player initiated the attack and took the prize cards, and I don't know. In my mind, the blame has to kind of go somewhere, but maybe that's not the way that it should be thought about. That's kind of how I think about it. Like you're supposed to know how much your attacks do, but then Lugia is supposed to know their resistances. So yeah, it's literally impossible to prove unless like you can read people's minds, which I don't think the judges can. So yeah, I think it's just a game loss or at the bare minimum a double prize penalty. But like uh like Tazi said, he saw his prize cards, and that is information that he should not have yet. Or technically, if he checked his prizes, he should have it, but I don't think that he did a very thorough deck search. Like he knows Forrest's prize. I guess those two prizes he probably knew were prized, but I don't know. We'll see what they end up deciding. Yeah, bust out a polygraph test for every judge ruling. That would be funny. Oh man. Of course, the cheater guy gets the good luck on stream or a free win basically. I don't know if that's good luck or not, but it probably will be a free win. That's what we were waiting for the whole time, the polygraph tech to get to the convention center. At least this time the judge ruling's on stream, so we have something to look at. I wonder if they would ever take that into consideration, like if you can prove that you know what your prizes were. But I don't think he wrote anything down. I don't know. I don't like waiting for judge calls, so if I was in this situation, I would just scoop and go to the next game, but that is just me. And based on the leniency of the last judge call we saw, that might not be the correct thing to do anyway. But a two prize penalty in this matchup might just be as good as a loss. We'll see though. I wonder what they're debating on. Like this is a pretty or seems pretty straightforward, like some kind of game loss. But maybe he like challenged the call, so they got to go get one of the head judges. Or they probably only have one head judge at a event this size. And like at this point, I think that double prize penalty and a game loss are almost the same. Maybe they're not. I'm not like super familiar with this matchup. Yeah, for real. They're like actually reviewing the play on the stream. That is what they did last time. It looks like they're back there talking, insulting. Wait a minute. Wait, was that a Ranger in the active the whole time? Oh yeah, it was. What is going on? Oh, his contact fell out. I guess there was going to be a pause in the stream either way. This is so funny. This event is like a cluster. Oh yeah, there's a judge call right now. The a cloth player, it actually might have not been him this time, but the cloth player attacked into a Lugia V and like took prizes for it, but they didn't counter in the or they didn't count the resistance of the cloth attack. So there's a judge call, and then Eder's contact fell out. Looks like he got it back in pretty quick. Yeah, I think this stream, not the stream, but the games have kind of been a cluster so far. He's hiding a boss's order behind his contacts. Yeah, and a few rounds ago there was a really long judge call on stream that ended up not even being a prize penalty, so it did take quite a while though. We'll see what happens with that. Kind of unfortunate. I was pretty excited to see Cloth on stream. I don't know if we saw Badu in his deck, so I wonder if he's playing like the older Cloth build or the double Badu, like single Cloth one. Dude, he might be. I hope the judges know. I wonder if that's ever a consideration if you know like the past history of a player. I know they keep track throughout an event. I thought they were coming to tell the ruling, but it looks like he was re-explaining what happened. He just busts out 5 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's definitely X-ray vision. He can see his opponent's hand. Wait a minute. He's got a switch card in his hand, so that could have been a knockout the whole time? That would be a crazy twist. Yeah, figures. That's funny. This is a pretty serious judge ruling. I guess like technically you can rewind the board state, but like should you is another question. Could just be halfway through game 2 at this point. He's showing the switch card to let everyone know that he could have switched into the Iron Valiant, I'm guessing, and taken the knockout, but that's irrelevant because if he didn't know it was a knockout, or yeah, after you attack, you can't like go, oh, never mind, then I'll just take back my last 2 actions and switch into this and then take the knockout. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. I saw that episode. This is kind of like an infamous situation though, so I wonder if like if the judges know, they might have like an inherent bias one way or the other. The triple Exodia. That's weird. I wonder why they're talking to him. Imagine they just like rewind it and give Eder a double prize penalty. Wait, is that his hand? I'm confused. No, that must not be his hand. That would be funny. That'd be like some kind of justice. Yeah, I feel like that'd be hard to like put your biases aside and I don't know. It's not like they're paid or anything, so I highly doubt that they do that. I'm not too sure though. probably varies person to person kind of thing. It is kind of funny how they're talking to Eder about it though. Like, dude, we all saw the stream. Like, we got to put this on you. Yes, it is definitely irreversible in my head. I thought the last situation was irreversible too. They're reverse. oh, the cloth player went to take a knockout on a Lugia V. They forgot to account for resistance, so they counted it as a knockout. He took his prizes. Then the Lugia player took a full turn, and now we're here. Oh, I agree. It should be like it looks like they're reversing it, so it should be at least a DPL for the cloth player, I would imagine. Since I don't think they would do this if it was gonna be a game loss. Yep, that is very true. I don't really know how many people apply to be judges too. Like, it, I don't know. I thought that they were like pretty straightforward, like with the rules with situations like this, but that has just not been the case so far from what we've seen from this special event. Yeah, he was playing like it did kind of look like he was explaining something to a child. Yeah, I don't really even know why they're trying to reverse it, but it just looks like they are. This is a complete cluster. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think it's probably just a game loss for the cloth player, unless like they have some reason to believe that it would just be a double game loss, like if Eder had previous situations like this in the tournament, but that just hasn't been. That doesn't seem like what we're seeing. They're not even going to shuffle the prizes. Yeah, this one. What? Like when I first started playing, they were a lot more lenient with stuff. Like if you drew an extra card, that's what they would do. They would just show it to the other player and put it back on top of the deck. But like even then, this situation would just be a game loss. This is way too much to rewind. Oh yeah, at this point we're like just rooting for like the rules of the game, I guess. Yeah. They really don't want to give out they like don't want to mess with the games on stream even though like by not wanting to mess with them, they're messing with them even more. Yeah, if this same issue happened, like if someone tried to knock out his Lugia, it wasn't a knockout, da da da, in another game, and he called a judge, this might even be like a DQ or a game, just a match loss or something like that. I guess there's no way we'll ever know. I don't know. I hate to like hate on the judges or whatever because most of them are just volunteering, but this does just seem wildly incorrect. Yeah, it's so much simpler. Like, I don't know. Maybe the cloth player should just concede at this point just to like save everyone the grief or whatever. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, Brett Alec, I agree. We talked about that quite a bit earlier. Like they're not just like letting him play, but putting him on stream is kind of interesting. Yeah, it would have taken way less time too. Just cloth player gets a game loss. We're playing game two. Like the entire game is different now. It's just no, it's not. It's almost a little embarrassing because this changes everything, right? Like now he didn't even get a Lugia V star, which maybe he doesn't deserve fairness, but that's not. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. Um, yeah, yeah, this is crazy. The whole game is like 100% different now. That that is possible. Like I said, it's like pretty hard for humans to like put their bias aside like that. I don't know, whatever they did, it's kind of funnier this way, right? So maybe W judges. I don't know, Randy. I don't know what's happening at this point. They basically just like the cloth player basically lost the game on the spot, and then they said, "No, that's fine. You should win the game." and and they, yeah. I don't know if you actually didn't see it though, but he just took prizes when he shouldn't have, and then multiple turns happened basically, and they somehow rewound the game state and gave it into the favor of the person that made the mistake. But the other player has been caught cheating, so it's kind of funny. Yeah, he's so mad. Oh yeah, if this was anyone else, like this would be ridiculous, but it's just kind of funny now. Dude, he is so mad. Yeah, that's definitely possible. They could have just been like, well, last time you were on stream, you like embarrassed the whole streaming setup. I don't remember where that tournament was. If it was like South America, or I guess there was a chance it was the Puerto Rico SP last year, but I don't remember. But that is just funny. Yeah, right. Well, the first time he got like a Lugia V star and got an Archeops out. All right, so the cloth player took prizes when he wasn't supposed to. It didn't get caught for a couple turns, and instead of giving a game loss, they rewound the board state, and the guy on Eder got caught cheating on camera, and the ruling ended up just literally losing him the game basically because of what he ended up drawing. So it's kind of funny that they ruled the whole situation wrong just because of who the penalty or who it ended up affecting worse. No, Chris, he is on stream. Oh yeah, he looks very upset because he was 100% gonna win that game. Oh, he cheated like last year. I think he stacked his deck on stream. He put, I can't remember what card he put to the top, but it was like really really blatant. It's not letting me read all of the chats. That's kind of annoying. It was a flying Pikachu he put to the top, right? That's kind of what I was thinking, but I couldn't remember. I think you put like a flying Pikachu VMAX to the top. Yeah, he'll be invited in Yu-Gi-Oh. What did Eder do in this game, or like for the reason everyone's calling him a cheater? Oh yeah, they answered he stacked his deck. Or he stacked his opponent's deck? I thought he stacked his deck too. That was quite a while ago. I don't know why they would put him back on stream. It was an Arc V star, alright. Um I don't know if he went first or not. I think he did. Yeah, he did because the other guy played an Iono. Oh no, the game win didn't go to him. They rewound the game state, and it Eder ended up like not getting an Lugia V star off of the research after they were around the game state. So the cloth player was able to knock out both Lugia Vs in the same turn, I think, or something like that. And then he just ended up scooping and going to the game two. Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't really get to see what was in his hand right now or anything. It looks like the cloth player might have a Luminion in hand and an Ultra Ball. So he's gonna have to like, I think this cloth deck only really plays one research, so he's gonna have to Luminion for research, and he's got to get a lot this turn. Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe he went second then. I don't know. I was trying to catch up on what everyone was saying and I missed it. Dude, if there was another like thing like that in this game, that would just be wild. No, that would be funny though. They're just like, listen, I know this should be a game loss for Clough, but we know who you are. Oh, he does play the Badoos. This can be kind of like an awkward hand as the cloth player because you have to hit so much. And so what do you need? Like trolley and a stadium and a double turbo. And what's it called? And the ancient booster capsule in order to get the knockout on this Iron Hands. Or you could do it with Terrapagos, which is what kind of looks like he's going for. And he does just grab the research. Oh, Eder did go second. All right. Yeah, ideally you would go cloth knockout right here. I guess he's grabbing the Terrapagos just to have the activation for the area 0 or whatever. Wait, did he just, oh no, he's playing a heavy ball. Eder just looks so unhappy. It just, I don't know, makes me feel like there's justice in the world. Yeah. But yeah, so I didn't get to see the cloth player's hand. Hopefully he just gets the knockout here. That'd be pretty ideal. He prized the black belt's training. He has Forest and Nest Ball. Oh, but he doesn't have Brute Bonnet or Double Turbo. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be seeing a knockout here. Like, unless maybe he has a switch card in hand. No, I don't think there's any way to I can't tell what that card. He does have a switch card. I can't tell what the card next to it is though. Got the so oh yeah, he's just gonna commit to the item lock. It looks like 2, 4, 6. Yeah, I don't think he had enough to knock it out with Terrapagos. Cause he would have to nest ball for. Oh no, because he couldn't forest for the ancient booster capsule and double turbo, and there's definitely not enough damage without poison. No, it's 8 rounds. Yeah. Dude, that would be wild. I guess we don't know if he called the judge. If he called the judge, I guess that would make a little more sense. If like it seemed pretty obvious that he knew it wasn't a knockout and then waited a full turn to try and get his opponent a game loss. Yeah, I spent all that time stacking double Archeops Ultra Ball to the top of my deck just to lose to a judge call. Oh, that's great. So he is item locked. Maybe though he's got a jet energy and he can read the wind with his other Lugia this turn. Nope. Interesting choice. Oh my god, he's so mad. Huh. I guess you evolve that Lugia so that there's like no chance that your V Star gets knocked out, but Terrapagos with the Mochi and Poison. Oh, he could have knocked. Dude, I'm losing it. He could have knocked out the Iron Hands last turn if he drew into a double turbo or like a booster capsule because I forgot about the Mochi adding the extra damage. He might have needed the Sneasler too. They were too far gone for that anyway. Yeah, that was my guess too, was that, but it seems like the kind of thing that they should catch right away. I wonder if the other chat was like spamming it on the Twitch chat and they saw it. That does happen quite a bit where like no one catches the cheating and then the stream guy has to go over and tell the judges that something got missed. It would just be way funnier if Eder thought he was getting a free game win and then he didn't. Dude, Carmine always feels so bad. Only drawing 5 cards is just like not enough cards. He's having a lot of trouble finding the double turbo energies this game though. That is definitely one of the most frustrating things about the cloth deck when you can't stream double turbo energies. It can get really awkward. Really? Oh, that's so awesome. That's great. I I really like wonder what was going on to make them put him on stream. Well, he's not item locked this turn, so that's definitely better odds of getting something going. He is down 2 prizes though, but Lugia can come back from these kind of situations for sure. Yeah, less cheaters is always better. Was he single chops gaming again? No, of course. What was I thinking? So I wonder if we're gonna see the same play as last game of the legacy energy on the Lugia, which doesn't really work that well in this matchup because Terrapagos and Poison can get around the legacy energy. Yeah, maybe the other matchups were boring, or there's a chance that the people picking the games just didn't know, which seems unbelievable to me, but I guess if you're like, you don't play the game or follow it that closely, you might not know. What's up with the cheater? Yeah, he's just getting bodied on stream, hopefully. Wait, what? 3 Archeops? Imagine. You try to explain that away. Yeah, and the last game he had a much better, well, if he just didn't brick at the beginning, I think this match is pretty good for Lugia, but the last game, the cloth player prized 3 area zeros, which you can still use the poison, but you don't get the extra damage and stuff from the mochis, and no forest can make it awkward. Oh, and he only took a single prize that turn, and with no squawkabilly on the bench, that this game, it seems like it's looking pretty decent for the cloth player. He's just got to knock out this Lugia and then get a gust on like Luminion or the other V Star. Oh, dude, I don't know. It's kind of wild they let him back so quick. Oh, you thought that Gigas was an Archeops? That's funny. No, it's the Gigas. I guess it is pretty good in this matchup though, because you can just knock out Terapagos with it. And yeah, that actually is really good against Terapagos decks because obviously Cloth doesn't play Bouffalant, but if the other version did, um, the Gigas would still go around it. Pretty good card. Yeah, he's been holding his cards in a way that it's difficult to see the hand. I don't know. All right, now we can see it. No double turbo again. That is tough. Yeah, he's just gonna retreat, bundle, and pass. He didn't prize any double turbos either though. He forgot to poison before he retreated. That always feels bad. Now, now the other guy's kind of tilted. He's probably tilted right away. He's like, really? I'm playing against a cheater? Yeah, so Lugia player's probably just hoping to find a boss this turn, I guess, or even knocking out the bundle would put you back on even prizes, but bossing up, I guess he'd have to retreat to knock out any of the 2 prizes on the bench anyway, but knocking out the Fez would probably be pretty decent. But he's going for a double turbo, so maybe he's gonna boss knock out the, nope. Gonna put the Luminion back in the deck. Yeah, that's very true. The Aqua return is really good right here. Yeah, you probably Iron Valiant has 220, right? Probably could have just retreated to the Valiant and made him commit more energies to the other Lugia, perhaps. I don't know. The Fez is still alive, and that's like really the big thing, I think. That it does make his win condition a little harder, but I still think he's got a pretty straightforward line of Terapagos knock out this V Star into Blood Moon, or Terapagos boss knock out the other V Star. Oh yeah, if he's definitely, if he puts the Luminous on the active, a cloth player has to like really make it a point to not overbench to let poison knock out the Lugia. I think that the Petron EX is so that if you start a Rangaroo V against an evolving basic deck, you just basically have a guaranteed donk with getting Forest and Booster Capsule, and then foresting for Trolley for Brute Bonnet, Baby Petron, Petron EX, and Sneasler, and you can donk really easily. And I think the Iron Valiant, I'm not 100% sure, but it could be a Lugia attack. It lets Cloth knock out Lugia V, and it lets Badoo do a little extra damage with poison, or with it lets Badoo just do more damage by pinging into things. Oh, is Cloth playing counter catch right now? Yeah, the Petron EX is really just for the donks early game, and if you're playing against a Snorlax with no clef keys, you can just basically poison them out of the game and really put a strain on their resources, and it helps the matchup a lot. Oh yeah, that's what it's for actually. The KO on the Dragapult, right? Yeah, so the Iron Valiant just lets you reach a little bit more, and now you have Black Belt and Iron Valiant. You can basically one shot anything. I forgot about that. What? Terrapagos maxes out at 290 with poison. And yeah, so it would also let Blood Moon Ursaluna knock out a Dragapult or a Charizard at the end of the game without needing Black Belt or anything. I personally haven't been playing the Petron EX when I play the deck. Every time I play it, it's useless. And then whenever I don't play it, like a random time comes up, but it more freely gives you the option to retreat into a Rangaroo V and still be able to get back into the baby Petron for the donk. If there's a Snorlax player and they don't play Klefki, yeah, it would be pretty good in that situation, because it, you do like 80 back and forth or whatever. Is that how much it is? It's 50. Yeah, 80. So you're either two-shotting the Snorlax or just like knocking it out with like 3 back and forths, which it becomes pretty hard for them to penny every single turn at the beginning of the game, especially if you're able to target down the Rotom and put a stop to their draw. Yeah, it gives you well, it can only move the dark Pokemons into the active. Yeah, I think that's the main use I've found for it is Latias to retreat into a Rangaroo V and then Petra EX back into the active. But the deck's playing like 2 or 3 switch cards, so I haven't been playing it. But I don't really like plan to run into Snorlax where I would be playing it. Yeah, Guardy is in a pretty good spot versus Cloth, I think, without even having to Mawile, but that would give you like a backup plan. Maybe that's why they're playing the black belt thing too, because now you have a way to one shot the EX, because EX and Turo with Guardy against Cloth used to put Cloth in a really weird spot. Yeah, it'd be sick if it could promote anything. Or just like poison your active no matter what type the card was. It would make it a lot more useful. So unfortunately Eder won that game. You hate to see it. Would much prefer him to lose this round and then also lose the next round, but maybe he's a changed man and sees the wrong in his ways and is no longer stacking his deck on stream. It did start last year essentially. That judge call is very long. He prized 3 jet energies. I'm pretty sure that's really annoying as a Lugia player. Limits your mobility a lot and lowers the odds that you can get into a Iron Hands attack early. And I think that that is also a boss prize and maybe an Archeops and an Ultra Ball. Those are kind of whatever you play 4 of all of them, you kind of expect to prize those, but triple jet. And we got a Switch Cart bundle, Mew EX. Yeah, the cloth players prizes are pretty fine. Unless that's his only research, that could be annoying. If like he needs to use it at some point, obviously, but Cloth's usually playing 2 heavy balls, so the 1-up Pokemon is fine. My just Eder got caught stacking either his deck or his opponent's deck on stream, and like last year or the year before, and now he's on stream again. Yeah, 40 extra damage is really good in a lot of situations. Yeah, the playmat is nice. A gold controller. Those double playmats are cool. It looks like it's one of the felt playmats, but the design on it is cool. What Stefan Lowe is playing. I don't know who Stefan Lowe is. Stacking is like manipulating the top card of your deck. So like when you're doing a deck search, you would just like put a card that you want to the top and then never move the top card of the deck. Yeah. Yeah, but he was doing it to his opponent's deck, which is always a ridiculous thing to see because they shuffle the deck for like 5 minutes. It's a pretty easy thing to avoid whenever I don't know who I'm playing against. If they're like, whenever they mess with my deck, I just like shuffle it or cut it myself or whatever. Oh no. This was looking so promising after game 1. But I guess that's likely to happen. No, I think Cloth doesn't brick like that much. I think he's considering if he's got another Pokemon. He's not out of it, but I mean, if you go down 4 prizes, like that's a pretty rough spot. Especially with I don't know why you would jet up the Gigas unless he was planning on using the boss's order, which he might have been. So those 3 prize jets ended up being pretty good, and we got the scoop. That is unfortunate. Now I think Eder's guaranteed to make day 2, and it looks like Aaron is rather tilted after that whole debacle. I think he got it off the prizes. Like he took the 2 prizes the turn before and pulled a jet off his prizes, so it actually ended up being like perfect that he prized him. No, Hayden, I wonder the same thing sometimes. Yeah, some people just have good luck, you know? It is what it is. Cloth can still make day 2 if he wins the next round. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of great. Like you see the 3 jets prize, you're like, oh, that's really unlucky until like it plays out exactly like that. And then it is pretty lucky. I wonder if they're going to interview him. That would be kind of wild. We need to Spanish speaker in the chat for the interview. This is so funny. What? I wonder if after they saw, because I guess everyone was like spamming cheater in chat. I wonder if after they saw that, they're gonna be like, yeah, let's not interview him. I think he's. Oh, interesting. That's what they're gonna ask him. They're just gonna be like, so does the cheating carry into other parts of your life, or is it just, when you're playing a children's card game? I was curious if he was gonna say if he was gonna interview him or not, but yeah, Chris, you know how it works. Always, always. I want. That would be great if they trolled him like that. Um, that's weird that he's switching back and forth. I didn't realize he was doing that. I thought he just interviewed the one guy in English because he didn't speak Spanish. That game went a little too quickly, unfortunately. So I wonder if now if we can see more information about what decks are doing well. I know that usually people will fill them out throughout the day. Oh, I don't. They actually don't unlock the decks until the next day, do they? No, I don't think they do because they don't want to give someone else an unfair advantage. Let's see. So this is actually going to be like a pretty small day too. Only like 50 or so players. Wait, is day 2 like a match record or top 64 or is it top 32? Yo, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Oh yeah, no, it's to get the baby petch into the active. Yes, you just poison the Snorlax with the baby Petrunt in the active, and since you're doing 80 damage back and forth, if they don't have like a hero's cape or anything like that, it knocks out the Snorlax coming back into your turn, and it puts like a lot of pressure on them. And it was basically unwinnable for Snorlax that day, so or that way. So they started playing Cloth, and if or not Cloth, Klefki. So if they're playing the Klefki, obviously the Petrunt doesn't do anything. But if they're not, having the Petrunt EX and the baby Petrunt puts a lot of pressure onto Snorlax. Yeah, I think it might. Oh, it's top 32. Yeah, yeah, so it's gonna be X21. Yeah, he was telling me about that. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to find it because for a while, if you like looked up like 6 TCG or whatever, just like random stuff came up. But I think it might pop up now, which was like I specifically tried to pick a name that wouldn't that a bunch of other people didn't have so that it'd be more likely to pop up just by searching for it, but it didn't at first. But hopefully it does now. I saw that one person from near my area was doing well. I don't see his name now. Let's see. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't recognize a lot of these names. I guess with the um lower event cap, I can't remember what it's called, the finish limit or whatever. People are less likely to travel to special events, I suppose. That kind of makes sense. Da-dum. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, I haven't been playing the Petron in cloth either, but I don't usually expect to hit a lot of Snorlax, and the only other reason for it is just to it just makes it really easy to get the donk going first. And I find that you like even without it, you can get the poison donk going first a really like good amount of the time. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Round 8, last round, will start soon. All right, I'll be right back in 1 minute. I just gotta use the restroom. All right. Hopefully there is not as big of a break in between these rounds as there was the last round. I think we had like 12 minutes when the round ended, but it should be kind of close. Going to go to Puerto Rico. Oh, that would be pretty cool. Make a family trip out of it. I'm hoping I can get to like a couple regionals next year. Yeah, I think third card could be really good in the deck right now too, especially with the Badoo. You want to like probably have a little more like options to switch card it if you end up getting 20 poison on it. Actually, I don't. Maybe that's not as impactful as I think, unless you're up against certain decks, which they probably can knock out a 30. So maybe that's not the best use case for it. But oh, what they've had the Puerto Rico special event for the past couple years, right? I think. I don't know. I've been trying to. They um. I don't know what just happened there. I like lost my train of thought right in the middle of a word. It seems like there's like a pattern to the events. Like they have a contract for a couple years. I wonder how many years the contracts are typically for, like 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever. Because how long did they have NAIC in Ohio? Was it just like 4 years? And it might just like seem like it was more years in my head. Yeah, I think they used to have an SP in Mexico every year too, right? Or was it just a regional and then they got rid of it and they had it this year? Can't remember which way it was. I wonder why. Maybe it's just like a numbers thing, but I'm surprised the Puerto Rico was a special event instead of a regional. I don't think they have any like weird like gambling laws or anything. Like I think it would be the opposite there that would stop them from having a regional. And I think if it was a regional, a lot more people would have gone. I would imagine at least. Oh oh my god, I have a humidifier on down here and I keep leaving it on for too long and it like makes the whole floor all wet. Kind of stupid, but like very dry in the winter. So yeah. See, that's weird. This time when I opened the other window, it didn't mute my mic. I don't know what the deal with that is. I'll see if it does it when I do this. No? Weird. Oh, that's why you're asking what Stephen Lowe was playing? 'Cause he's the first seed. And it looks like his match is taking till the end of the round, so maybe it is just Snorlax. That would make sense. And there's only 160. Oh, it looks like Gray here lost a couple of rounds in a row, or maybe just one. Oh yeah, I would imagine if you're a Miraidon player, now is the time to go back to it. And he's what the doing pretty good. I don't think people would have enough time to like switch decks to try and counter Miraidon or whatever. I'm not even too sure what you would really play to counter it. Oh, things did not go well. Um, like Cloth's probably decent into it, but that's definitely winnable from Miraidon. I think the Dragapult matchup is not very good for Miraidon, but it could go either way. I don't know. It's kind of weird how the format changed so much when like Badoo really isn't that popular. Yeah, Guardian mirrors take a long time. Hopefully that's not what's going on. That would make this take forever, but it is the last round. Was there 3 rounds tomorrow? So I wonder what the cutoff for top cut's going to be, like 9-2-1. I don't even know if that's the right number of rounds. Oh, we're back. Look at that. We got William versus Lyra. Let's see what they're playing. It looks like they fixed one of the prize cams, but didn't fix the other one. This one's like perfect now, but still at an angle. All right, breaking out the dice. So this is not a win in. I think they're both guaranteed day 2. Puerto Rico used to be regionals. Oh, all right. Yeah, because at first I was thinking it could maybe be like a numbers thing, but people travel everywhere for events, so like they're definitely going to go to Puerto Rico for a special or for a regional. So I don't think it would be a numbers thing. Maybe there's just not that many big venues. In my mind or my head, Puerto Rico is like a pretty small place, but that's probably not actually how it is. Oh, they have a going first thing. That's pretty cool. Get a glimpse at what our players here are playing. Hopefully, it's an interesting matchup. Looks like. Is this going to be a Reggie Drago versus a Dragapult Charizard? I think that's what we got going on here. Yeah, well, that is. This should be interesting. Or is that a Charizard? That could have been a Farigiraf. I couldn't really tell. TM Evo. No, that's definitely a Charizard. There's 309 players. That's what yeah, that's definitely possible. They just don't have like a 3,000 player venue. Yeah, I figure it's like what 3 games they got to split it between. So they'd have to have like 3,000 person venue at least. Hey, that's kind of cool that we got a Reggie Drago on stream. I wouldn't. I think this should be a fine matchup for it. I don't really know. I guess we'll see, especially if our guy is playing Manaphy or not. Oh, there are 2Vs prized. Yeah, that is a bit tough. Wait, there's a post rotation tournament? Oh, the Japanese one. Um, I don't know. That V-Star marker is wild. I don't know. I got to think about that. I'm kind of like losing my voice already. I didn't watch that much of it after I got home last night. I started watching it, but forget what I ended up doing. Oh, he does have a Badoo. That would be quite annoying for our Drago player with the setup that she's got going on. Yeah, what time does Osaka start? Is that looks like an ogre pawn in hand, didn't it? Or am I losing it? In the obviously the Drago player's hand. It's hard to say. He's kind of hiding it. Ah, yes, it's that one. I can't. I'm not even gonna try to say that word. Oh, all right. Yeah, Zool's definitely been streaming them. I thought he was gonna stream this. I was originally just gonna like watch him stream it in the background, but he wasn't. So that's why I decided to do it. I'm like, oh, well, if no one's going to stream it, I might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Oh, he's got the rescue board into the Badoo. Only one Dreepy down. That kind of feels bad, but like you're pretty much fine with it. Oh, she's got a Badoo of her own. Interesting. I think I saw either a research or an Iono. Yeah. Probably going to go for the Iono, not get rid of the prime catcher and a bunch more draw supporters. That's an interesting spot for the discard pile from our Dragapult player, but it's kind of nice. We can see what he's played already. Yeah, he's over at the second week of the meta. I don't know. We haven't had too many tournaments in it though. I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know. Drago used to like they were favored into Charizard and had a fine time into Dragapult, but them being combined with especially with a start like this seems like this could be very rough. Like, yeah, I don't know. And yeah, no Drago down, so it's not even like she can just like rip a Kyurem and hope that I guess you can't rip Kyurem with Badoo in the active, or else you're just basically in a terrible spot. Oh, I like this. This is an interesting play. All right. Knock out the Dracloak. That's kind of cool. It does give William here Pheasantipity use, and now he gets access to rare candy, which I imagine he's playing a few rare candy because I think the Charizard version, in my just thinking about it, I think it plays 4, but I guess it's possible that it does not. We do see a TM Evo in the prizes, so it's very possible. But if he gets an attack this, well, obviously if he gets an attack, the game's over. But there is a Drago V in hand that was taken off the prizes, so that makes sense why it wasn't benched. I haven't been able to get a good eye on his hand. Cloak. Oh, he does have the Rotom too, but I guess you don't need to use that at this point, even though being able to use 4 as Sealstone would be nice. He's setting up for the long game though. I think I would have left a bench spot open to have the opportunity to use a Forest Seal Stone and just win the game on the spot, but that's me. I'm kind of greedy like that. Oh, it just started. All right. They're all playing an energy search. Huh. Oh, he would have won the game too. Feels bad. He's got energy search, candy, Dragapult. Interesting decision to evolve up the Dreepy with the energy on it into a Dracloak. It kind of makes sense because you want to evolve that into a Dragapult next turn, but like I said, I just would get blinded by winning the game on this turn and go for it. And it is possible that he's only playing like 2 rare candies, so didn't have the best odds to hit it maybe. Oh, and he evolved before he used Pheasantipity? That's just like a crazy mistake. Or not a crazy, it's just a sequencing mistake, but I don't know, that feels bad because he 100% had game. Oh, you always flip the script first before you evolve. And I think you even leave a bench spot open to have the option to bench Rotom and use Forest Sealstone. I think it's just because you don't really want to pull multiple energy out of the deck because you have Charizard to do that, but I just think Vessel's probably better. Like maybe discards hurt really bad in the deck. I haven't played it enough to know, but I've seen them pretty consistently playing the energy search instead of the vessel. Oh, he had game with the Manaphy benched if he just didn't evolve into a Dracloak first. If he e-searched for a fire and then didn't like held the evolution until after flip the script, which you really should be doing that anyway. There's no reason to evolve before you use that, unless for some reason you want to use Dracloak's ability first. But in this exact situation, I think you always just like energy search, then use flip the script and see what you get, and then you can decide which Dreepy to evolve. And he did hit rare candy Dragapult and would have been able to just win the game. So that is a bit of a mistake. And he wasn't item locked either because the Drago player copied whatever Pheasantipiti's attack is called. Yeah, he left there for a minute. He's back now. So that is kind of unfortunate for our Dragapult player. It always feels good to just win the game in the wait. Oh, he's got that Defiance band. It doesn't even matter. It just basically wins anyway. Yeah, tough spot for the Drago player. Hopefully we see her draw a bit better next game. This is a yeah, I didn't see the Defiance band either. I thought that she was still gonna have a chance to like get an attack off next turn, but it's not looking like it. Um kind of thought she was gonna Ultra Ball away both. I think that's 2 Drago V stars. I thought she was gonna get rid of both of them and super rod them back into the deck, but I guess not. The Mew can copy Dragapult's attack this turn too, and knock out the Badoo to get her back on even prizes. So you can knock out the Badoo and put 5 on the Charmander or 4 on the Dreepy to set up for a Giratina attack. But who am I to suggest such crazy things? We're not going to do that. I definitely thought that's what she was going for sure. Huh. Oh yeah, so you don't just get run over by Miraidon. That makes sense. That probably was a good card for this weekend. We've seen a couple of these Dragapult Charizard decks play it. So we got the classic E-switch to a Pokemon and then E-switch again. Yeah, I think I like this. Just copy the attack with Mew. It feels bad giving up 2 prizes, but you're putting yourself in a pretty good spot from there, I think. I don't know. The Manaphy. No, never mind. That math doesn't work anyway. I was thinking that Mew could copy Phantom Dive and then Kyurem could take 4 prizes if the Manaphy wasn't in play, but um the math doesn't work anyway. So yeah, I wonder if you probably set up the Dragapult or the Dreepy with 4 damage on it to get knocked out by a Tina V-Star attack because your Ogerpon can just knock out Charizard if it evolves. So I think 200 to the active, knock out Dreepy or knock out Badoo, and then put 4 on Dreepy and 1 on Pheasantipity. I think is maybe what we're gonna see here. Seems like a decent play. We'll see what she ends up doing. Oh no. Interesting. I guess she's thinking that to get back on even prizes, the Manaphy is how to do it. I don't know. I guess you need another attack into this Dragapult anyway, so it's kind of the same difference. Like you're not winning next turn anyway. All right, so maybe this is just kind of the same as what I was thinking, but possibly better. Who knows? I think the important part was probably the 4 on the other Dracloak. The next turn, you She's probably gonna go for an Iono to 1 and oh yeah, because the Charizard's not gonna be able to knock out the Dragapult or the Regidrago either because the Defiance Band is already used. Let's see if he's going to evolve into it right now. Yeah, probably he's got the rare candy in hand. Then he can just throw 2 fire on the Zard, 1 on the Dracloak. And at that point, he's in a pretty good spot. Going down to 1 prize. Are we going to see a fire on the Dracloak, I wonder? I would imagine. Yeah, that makes sense. You probably want to thin the deck anyway, because if your opponent doesn't play an Iono, you're probably in a pretty good spot anyway. Oh, and he's got access to Pheasantipity, yeah. The Dragapult player is in a really good spot. Pheasantipity is so broken in this format. Oh, you know Lyra IRL? That's awesome. This game's not looking too good for her, but hopefully she can win the next one. Yeah, Terra Orb is nuts in this deck. Super good. Oh, I thought he was thinking about retreating there for a second. We're gonna go 1-1-4. That seems as good as any. If you're so far ahead, you don't really want to leave the option to trap like Fez in the active for a turn or anything. If you can attack, you're gonna win next turn. So that seems good. We really need to see an Iono from our. Oh no, did she? She super added it back, right? Yeah. Yes, that is good. With only 40 damage. Wait. Oh, she loses, right? The Charizard can just come up and knock out this Drago no matter what. And you really. Huh. So what do you have to do? Counter catcher the Zard and Iono? And not knock anything out? Except maybe like finish off the Manaphy? I don't know. This is a rough spot for our Drago player. Yeah, I don't think that there's any win con in this scenario. Like, especially because of the Terra attribute. Oh, never mind. Kirim doesn't do enough damage anyway. I don't know why I keep thinking that. Yeah, maybe she's just like seeing if she can draw anything that sparks some interesting idea. Because you can't knock out the Dragapult with 40 on the Drago. You have to. Yeah, you can't do anything actually. um, yeah, 'cause you can't knock out this. Oh, you could knock out the Zard with counter catcher and the benched Ogerpon or prime catcher. I mean, and the Ogerpon with no damage. I guess is the only play, but your opponent's seeing like their top deck and then 5 more cards. Doesn't look like that's what we're going for. Yeah, I think you just had to pop the V Star and hope that you hit Prime Catcher. Oh, the Gudra attack. Ah, I see the vision. We got there. I thought that Gudra was a Regidrago V Star in the discard pile. I guess that makes sense why it was not super rotted back in the deck. Now that I'm looking at it, it looks nothing like a Regidrago V Star. I think the pull player still has really good odds. They should still have access to a Luminion too. It says he's got 2 prizes left, but I think it's only 1. Um, Oh yeah, but the pole player only has one prize left. So that's why I was thinking if any other attack other than Gudra just loses the game to just promote Zard and attack. I think Gudra was the only option because William only has one prize left, and the Charizard would have knocked out the Regidrago because it's already got damage on it, and it's doing 270 right now. I don't I don't think Dragapult's in the discard either way, but I think Gudra was the only way that she stays alive for another turn. And then next turn, I think she's thinking boss on the Fezandipity, Dragapult, knock out the Fez and the Manaphy. I, so there's a chance. I did not quite see that at first, but I didn't know that Gudra was in the discard pile. I think if he doesn't get boss this turn, she just wins, which is kind of crazy. Let's see, the Drago has 360 minus 40, so it has 320. So Zard's not knocking that out, even with Alakazam. And we get the Iono to 1. Oh yeah, it's wrong. He has one prize left. They're kind of late on the or it's like taking them a second to adjust the prize counter. The original stream is from Puerto Rico and the channel is DMKE Sports. Yeah, he's on one prize, so the Gudra was the only play. And if I'm not mistaken, Drago just has to V-star for boss and they win. As long as Dragapult's in the discard pile. Let's see. I don't see it. I think it was a full art Dragapult in her deck. So now that's like a little bit of a weird situation. You probably just rip the V-star, right? I have not seen any Lost Zone on stream now. Yeah, I think the Gudra was a good play. I think it was like the only play that could lead to winning the game. She is playing a Crispin. That's something to note. That's how she's doing so good. Yeah, I think you just ripped the V star here. I like that. Ah, that feels so bad. Is Dragapult in the discard? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that doesn't feel bad. Maybe that's awesome. It must not be in the discard if she's like taking this long to think about it. I don't see it now. Yeah, Dragapult's on the discard anyway. Yeah, I gotta try Lost Zone in this format. I haven't tried it yet. Oh, that sucks. She like played that really well and like had pretty good odds to win that turn, I think. But I guess William here did just Iono himself to 1 unless his one card or his top deck was boss. There's really nothing. Oh no, he gets the Dracloak too. I didn't think of it. Her V-star marker is hilarious. Is that a boss? Dude, that's ridiculous. That's so crazy. Oh man. That's unlucky. Yeah. Oh, you've been playing it the whole time? I'm a trader. I played it. I stopped playing it when Kirim came out, I think. I did play a lot of it. Like in the Kyogre format, that deck felt so insane. Oh man, that sucks. I thought we were about to see an epic comeback, but William gets into the boss. Oh, nice. That's funny. We got a local with William and a local with Lyra. Yeah, he's been going back and forth between English and Spanish a lot of the time, or that's what it seems like at least. Which is kind of interesting. I wish I could speak Spanish and English. That'd be cool. I can barely speak English. Oh, you switched to Tino when Kirim came out? Yeah, I basically abandoned ship at that point. I mostly played Guardy after that. I kind of like went around between multiple decks at that point. It's been a little bit since I was going to like a lot of locals. And I don't know, the ever since Kirim came out, the only deck that I thought was like super fun to play is Arcaladon. I just don't even have the cards for that. Oh, nice. What are the odds that there's locals from both players in the stream? That's pretty cool. Got two local legends. I mean, he's like locked into day two right now, regardless, which is cool. I wonder why they keep the going second thing there the whole time. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Oh no, she did move it. That makes sense. I know in like Japan they do like equal turns, and that's where it would make most sense. Starting the Alakazam sucks. I'm pretty sure that's like the worst starter in this deck. I think it's the only Pokemon with two retreat in the entire deck. And Precious Trolley is prized again, but I guess you don't really need it if you open a Buddy Poffin, even though it would be nice to get down like a few Dreepies and maybe Charmander's not like maybe it's more pressing to get down than I think. I was gonna say you're not really in a rush to get down Charmanders, but I guess you are. I've not played too much of this deck, but I was thinking that you want to like establish your draw engine and get into a Dragapult early, and then use Charizard to take your last two prizes. Just because your opponent's gonna have a hard time, like can't one shot Dragapult almost ever. Yeah, I can't tell what two of her prizes are. Like, looks like a Drago line and maybe like some kind of trainer. Like the angle that I'm sitting at, I like very clearly view these prizes, but like don't even think to look at the other ones. Oh, all right. Yeah, I haven't played the deck much, but I was just trying to like think and picture in my head how uh how it goes. I don't know if you like play for turn two Charizard and like Candy Zard, Candy Dragapult to attack with Dragapult, or just start going in with Zard or retreat to Badoo. I guess you have a lot of options. She's playing a Lost City and a Crispin. That's interesting. I wonder if there's anything specific that the Lost City is for. Is there really anything that you're super worried about? Yeah, Alakazam could do decent damage depending if she can't like play her hand down super far. The Squawk attack is a little underwhelming here, but I guess she hasn't used Squawk and Seize yet, has she? There's just not enough cards in the discard pile for it to have already been used, I don't think. No energy in hand though that I see. Oh, there was one. I'm surprised we didn't just see the squawk get rid of the energy to try and get an extra energy attachment with motivate. I will say, I think she's a little too afraid to get rid of energy switches. Like if you motivate, especially if you motivate, you're pretty fine with getting rid of a couple E switches, like because you only need the ones to set up the second Drago, and then you also have your hand attachments to start setting it up. So probably would have liked to see just ditch the fire energy and leave the grass on Squawkabilly, and I guess it's the same end result, but you have the chance to just I don't know. I guess it's the same difference anyway, and I'm just rambling. Yes, as Gardevoir, I hate running into Lost City. It is very frustrating. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially if you can cure him 3 Curly and put him in the Lost Zone. Kinda it seems like it could be a win more card, but I don't know. I the matchup always felt really hard from the Guardy side unless like you very specifically knew how to play it. Yeah, it kind of ended up being the same thing because the 20 damage is maybe the 20 damage could be useful on the Alakazam though for like a Trifrost play later to finish off the game. I don't know though. She's probably got more games with Drago than me, so let's just go with it. Yeah, people can't reuse their Dusknors either. I've just never seen it in Drago before. It kind of caught me off guard. I thought people were going jamming Sinnoh, but it looks like she's going Sinnoh Lost City. So I guess jamming tower is kind of a guardy tech in itself, but I thought it was a lot to deal with bravery charms too. Maybe you're not so worried about Raging Bolt anymore, since it doesn't seem like people are playing it as much. Triforce Slow King. I don't know. I've never played that deck. Dude, if it's consistent with the Terrakion, I played against it once online and it was the most frustrating deck I've ever played against, I think. Because they kept using the Terrakion attack that says like can't be damaged or anything next turn. I don't know. I hope we get to a spot where decks like that can be meta. That'd be sweet. That would make the game very interesting. I do have that built on live too, and I've been wanting to try it. So when I was going through the City League results the other day, I saw a deck like that doing well. I think he used like Regigigas and Trifrost, and there was some other attack that he used, but I can't remember what it is right now. The Drago player didn't really get the best starts either games. This obviously is a lot better start than last game, but not like as fast of a start as you could see from Drago. So I wonder if we're gonna see her promote the Ogerpon. I mean, already being with Crispin in hand, you Crispin Ogerpon ability attach. Oh, but she has all 3 fires. That sucks. Oh man, if he is rotating, I just don't. Oh, 1 second. Alright, I'm sorry about that. No, that was me. I should have unmuted the stream. I thought my dad was just asking me a question, but he wanted me to come up and grab dinner real quick, and he's like, very insistent on getting dinner right away when it's hot. What'd she do? She bossed up the Manaphy or prime catchered it, and then put 5 on the Charizard. See if the fill it down slightly. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that. Um yeah, what Liquid said. It's definitely good against Miraidon. It's really just like energy acceleration and a one-shot option at the end of the game too, which is like the one weakness of Dragapult. So you're kind of like trading a little bit of consistency for a lot of potential power. Yeah, there's been quite a few rotations where we lose our bench barrier um Pokemon, which is kind of unfortunate because all it usually what it ends up doing is just making big basics um not really the only option, kind of the only option. Because when you have things like Kyurem and stuff, you can't really, I guess decks aren't playing Manaphy that often right now anyway. And that I can't never remember that the fire Pokemon with basically Greninja's attack is gonna be pretty good. I'm not sure which way is better to play Dragapult. I think the Dusknoir way is really good. Like, I don't know. It's just like it's always like a puzzle to figure out how to win the game in 2 attacks. But Charizard definitely gives you a lot of late games options, and sometimes one Charizard can just beat Miraidon if like you go Iono Charizard and they stumble a bit. Darmanitan, yes, that is the one. That is just such a random Pokemon to give that attack to. It's kind of awesome. But yeah, that is going to be so much better before we get a bench barrier mon back. Oh, he has the boss this turn. Wait a minute. That doesn't knock out though, right? Maybe he's just trying to buy a turn, perhaps. Because she's at 5 prizes, I believe. The graphic hasn't updated yet. Yeah, so we're gonna see a 210 hit here. Huh. This would be so much better if there was Alakazam damage to move. Or I guess maybe you could plan to go into a Dragapult attack next turn and either finish it off or set up the V-Star to be knocked out with Alakazam if she's able to evolve it. We shall see. Well, hello, Chris. So we know she has got the Switch and Prime Catcher in the discard pile. Huh. Interesting. I'm a little conflicted on if it would have been better to just take the Switch and the Vessel to knock out this Charizard, but you are just letting them attack with Dragapult, but you can't knock out the Dragapult anyway. Maybe she's gonna prime up the Lumineon and put 4 on the Dragapult. Just like, can you do 4 and 2? So no. So she can set up the Dragapult and the Charizard to be knocked out with Giratina's attack next turn. I can't tell if she's thinking or I don't think we have another judge call, do we? The table's shaking vigorously. Yeah, prime on the Dragapult. Let's see. I don't know. I think, see, if you knock out the Luminion, you could set up the Dragapult to be even knocked out, but then you're risking Defiance Band Charizard to knock out your clean active. So maybe she's thinking Gudra attack, perhaps. I'm not really too sure. Oh, this time she just ripped through the deck. It looks like there's like 5 cards left in there. Hopefully this goes to game 3, and this is a much better game. Actually, the first game, I feel like she would have won the first game so easily if there wasn't like that 3 turns of just stumbling. But how does our Charizard player win? I think they're on a pretty good path to win, actually. All they have to do is Dragapult into the active and put 6 on the Drago on the bench, and then next turn Alakazam to knock out the Drago on the bench and Charizard into the active. I fall into this trap quite a bit when I'm playing like Drago or Dragapult 2, where I'm not sure where to put my damage like this. But I don't know if having the 60 on the Luminion ever worthwhile. I think Gudra, yeah, because you do 120 with the Dragapult and then be able to finish it off with the Charizard anyway. But putting the 60, oh, is she setting up for a Kyurem attack? I guess that doesn't really work either though. This is where the 20 motivate on the Alakazam would have won the game next turn if the Dreepy doesn't evolve into a Dragapult. That'd be interesting if that ended up being relevant. Oh no, she's at 5 prizes. I keep thinking that she's at 4 prizes. Oh yeah, the 6 on the Luminion I don't really think is great. I think you probably just take out the Dreepy there if you're going to use Dragapult attack, because you're going to have to go back on even prizes at some point anyway. And now you're just like making it so you need an extra attack to do it. They got the Manaphy back, so Boss Cologne is 4 prizes now. But there's 5 prizes left. That, yeah, I think that the Motivate actually, they do play Clone, you saw it. All right. I think the Motivate on the Alakazam. No, if you put 6, I'm just rambling so bad right now. I was thinking that if she motivated on the Alakazam and then knocked out the Dreepy with the damage, she would win, but obviously that's not how that works because you can't put 6 on Dreepy and 6 on Luminion. I think that William here has a fairly straightforward line to win the game. And I don't exactly know that there's very much like playing around it. Huh. Unless could Ogerpon knock out the Charizard next turn? No, the Prime Catcher's already been used though. Oh, she even put Kyurem to the top of the discard pile? Or did William do that? Could be wrong, but I think that this game might just be over. The last time I said that though, she found like a pretty good line to win. The hand's not looking very promising. Oh, and there's 10 on the ogre pawn anyway, so you can't even rely on that to take out the Zard. So we have to see a Radzard to finish this off. I would imagine they still play Radzard, right? That's probably why she got the fires back, or maybe there wasn't a better option. Switch is down 2, so hard retreating this Drago is the only option as well. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you saw the clone, it probably is in the discard. Yeah, like the only option, well, it's not even really an option. It's just like you can knock this out with Radiant Charizard, but then what do you do after that? I don't think that they're like you can knock this out with Radzard and then knock out the Charizard with Ogerpon. But I think that the Dragapult player just wins the game before that. This is a tough spot. Huh, what went different between this game and the last game? Because last game, like, she really seemed like she was in a pretty solid spot. Oh, does she not see that it's just game on board? Like, I think just retreating and attacking with no, because yeah, there was no option. There was nothing that she could do. Yeah, that's GG. Yeah, there was really no options at the end of the game, especially being down prime catcher, no Iono in hand. Yes. Yeah, they're both going into day 2 anyway. First game was much more interesting because she got off to a pretty tough start, but like brought it back. And I think she had really, really good odds to win that one. But that game, she got off to a better start, and that game wasn't even close. Well, there you have it. Yeah, he played that game really well. Like adapted really nicely from the first game. And I guess the squawk and the active was kind of like the big downfall. So maybe I was gonna say she just needed to leave the ogre pawn in the active instead of switching into the squawk, but it's kind of the same thing because it's just gonna get hit into and then finished off later with Dragapult. Yeah, that's a tough spot, but congrats to Will. Going into day 2 at this size event at let's 6-1-1, I think is a pretty good record. Probably 8-2. 8 wins and 1 tie should like guarantee cup, but 8-1 could possibly make top cut. I'm not too sure. I don't really know how to do the math, so I can't do it anyway. He's in a pretty good spot to make top cut though, I think. And there is a chance that I forgot the girl's name already, but that she's already out of top cut. But like I said, like Mexico, the X2 ones made cut, so it could happen again. Um, yeah, that was the last round. I don't know what the Champions League is being streamed on. That'd be kind of cool. All that's popping up is Azul's thing. I'm not gonna. I don't know what the channel is. I am. I'm subscribed to it on my regular YouTube account. Kind of annoying because it can be a real pain to find. Here, let's see. Huh. He does not. Pokey CACH. Why did that not type? Goodness. Thank you. I think they're pretty good about having like a backup round two, I think. Like a backup stream to put on right after the other stream. If I'm remembering correctly. I'm gonna see if they do, and if not, I'll scroll back. We can watch a different round. I wonder if he was playing a Cornerstone Ogre Pond deck. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know how good that would be next format though. There's like a good amount of attackers without abilities, right? Like Dragapult's super popular over there. I don't know that he would be playing a I guess we can just go see. I don't have to really speculate. He was playing the ends deck. Yeah, they had a Cornerstone Ogre Pawn up there for a little bit. This is what I'm curious about. They usually put on other rounds in between the rounds, don't they? Oh yeah, my Milotic, you need that for the Dragapult, right? It's kind of unfortunate that doesn't have an ability. I guess Farigiraf gets way better after rotation too, because there'll be only EXs, but not just basic EXs. I'm just curious if they're going to switch to a different game. If not, I'll rewind it and try and keep an eye on when they start the next round. 32. I guess the next round should be starting like very, very soon if it's already been 32 minutes. Like their rounds are only 25 minutes and they usually get things going there. They don't really mess around with taking a long time, I don't think. Kind of looks like they're all going to the tables. That convention center doesn't look as big as I thought it would. Because they have like tons of players there, right? Like 5,000? Interesting. Wonder what the audio is. Dude, Japanese commercials are so much cooler. Oh, is this for the Battle Academy or the Stadium Academy thing or whatever? That's funny. They're actually advertising it over there. I've never seen that advertised here. Yeah, they get way better commercials. We don't get cool stuff in between rounds over here. I don't even know if there is Pokemon commercials over here anymore. Ah, oh, Vileplume. This is weird. It's like the original kind of game story or the original anime. No, I guess not. Meryl wasn't in the original one. Neither would Larvitar be or have been. Hmm. Interesting. Regice. I wonder what this is a commercial for. Just for Pokemon in general? Shaman's so cool. Like we got that one animation here after the Worlds where Arceus won, and then now they don't like make any new ones. It seems like they just replay the Flying Pikachu Arceus one. What is that Pokemon called? Not Xerneas, but the Aromatisse. Such a random Pokemon. We're getting a cool Tapu Koko EX soon too, which is neat. I always liked thought the Tapus were cool Pokemon. Oh, interesting. It was for theme decks, I guess. At the end there, I kind of thought it was a commercial for the video games because he was like riding around the Koraidon. I should probably change the stream title. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't even know if you can do that. Huh. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if I'm able to change the stream name because people are gonna come in here thinking that the Puerto Rico SP is still on, but it is over. And I'm not a very good streamer guy. I don't know this stuff at all. It does not look like I can change it. Oh man, you figure that there would just like be a button to change the stream. But this is the Champions League now, as Puerto Rico is over. Yeah, I don't think I can change it, unfortunately. Kind of misleading though. I don't really want to be misleading. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's under settings. Stream. Right, it's not under settings. Sorry. I do not know how to change the title. That's kind of unfortunate. Hopefully get the next round coming up soon. I thought that they like played previous rounds in between the rounds, but maybe they don't do that once it's day 2 over in Japan. But for some reason I thought their stream was way better about like having constant games on. But it does seem like I was wrong about that. Does anyone in chat know by any chance if I'm able to change the name of streams? I don't see the option, but I don't really want to keep looking at it or looking for it if there's just not an option for it. Seems like I would have to end the stream and like make a new broadcast with a different thumbnail and stuff. I'm not really trying to do because I just wanted to watch like a round or two of this and see what happens. I definitely should have rewound it. Is there a way to see you at the Puerto Rican special event? Oh, there is a way. Yeah, we can look at. I can show you the names, and you'll just see what the thing is called. It's called Pokedata, but I think that there's like 2 Pokedatas. So I just type it into Google and pick the one that says OVH, and then go to standings, TCG, Puerto Rico Special Event, Masters, and then all the people down to like an X and 3 record, or everyone with 5-1 and better record made day 2. So it's like pokedata.ovh. And it doesn't have the decks though. And it doesn't even look like it's all the way updated yet. What? Why would it only be updated around 6? Huh. Oh, that's weird. This is normally how I see it, but this website for some reason isn't updated past round 7. I guess you could see some of the people that made day 2, but not all of them. What was the other one? I think PokeStats used to tell you. Well, that's an old one. Um, yeah, I don't. YouTube might not actually let me change the name of the stream, which is pretty unfortunate. Yeah, Pokedata should update soon. I think that this is another one. Oh no, this is the same website. Yeah, the that PokeStats website should do it soon. Yeah, it should be on Arcanine too. You just have to make sure you're signed in, and I'm not signed in on Arcanine on here, so it wasn't like letting me see that. But usually there used to be a really good website for it, but people complained about everyone being able to see what deck they were playing if their opponent reported their deck, so the guy took the site down, I believe. And the yeah, I would check Arcanine, and that Pokedata OVH will have it eventually if it doesn't, or it will have it probably in at least like an hour or so. I don't know why it doesn't have it right now. I usually assume that those websites like that just rip the information with like, website programming or whatever straight from Arcanine. Like import all the information, I guess. I don't know. I tried to learn to be a computer programmer, but it just didn't work out. Sorry, I'm like eating a burger in between talking. Looks like I should have rewound the game. I didn't think like because Japan only has 25-minute rounds, and that game started like 40 minutes ago almost. So I figured that it would just like roll right into the next game really, really quickly. And I don't think that their judge calls are like ours. I think that they're just like this is the penalty or this is not the penalty. Hey, there's the Slow King deck. Someone was talking about that earlier. I hope that they put that on stream. I don't think they have celebrity rounds or whatever in day 2, so who knows? That'd be cool if that deck did good. Always cool to see new stuff do good. Curious if we'll be getting more ends Pokemon. The ends deck kind of seems pretty underwhelming at this point. So hopefully it's not one of the gimmicks that they just make for like 2 sets and then just completely give up on. That would be rather unfortunate. It looks like they're doing voting maybe? No. Yeah, it does seem like they're doing voting for the next round, right? Or at least that's what it looked like to me. Like we got our decisioned. I saw on the Champions League, or is it Champions League? Whatever their city leagues or whatever, that Guardy was starting to pop up post rotation, which I thought was a bit interesting and pretty cool. Like we got 7-1 versus 7-1. Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt always does really well over there. What in the world? Oh, it's a hop stack. Yo, that's awesome. Let's go. That's dope. I'm so stoked for this next set. It looks like it's gonna actually like give us a bunch of cards to try. Guy on the left looks familiar. I don't think that they put the names in English though. See, we got, is that a 80 HP Hoot Hoot? What in the world? Make sure that it's on 1080. It was a little bit blurry. So we got the hop stack on the right and then Raging Bolt and Noctowl on the left. Yeah, I saw quite a few doing good at city leagues over in Japan with like just like what 302 or something like that Guardy line with like 3 candies and Lily's Clefairy to one shot Dragapult and then just like your Drifloon and Screamtail, which is pretty cool. Like Guardy's ability is really strong, so I always figured that the card would never be bad. I kind of thought it might play Pidgeot though, just as a way to stay consistent, but I think they were still playing the Monkey Dory too, which was kind of surprising. I didn't think that the deck would be consistent enough to stay with the Monkey Dory thing, and you'd turn into more of a try to get turn 2 Candy Guardy one shot something with Drifloon or Snipe Squawkabilly or something off the bench with Screamtail type of a deck. There's gonna be like no way to stop Screamtail from hitting like your Squawkabillies and your Pheasantippities and stuff. Unless like you're gonna play the grass guy, but I don't know how many decks will really commit to having a evolution Pokemon to stop bench damage. Their sleeves are so much cooler over there. Hmm. Oh, he did use Squawkabilly, right? For a second, I thought he was retreating before using Squawk. I wonder if Raging Bolt wants to go first now. Now that it's like relying a little more on Noctowl and stuff like that. It's definitely possible. Arvin in the hop stack. Hmm. I didn't really expect Arvin to be in the hop stack. I guess you want to find the tools. Oh, I forgot it's an item card that searches for Pokemon, right? I was thinking that it was a supporter that let you find hops Pokemon, but all right, that makes way more sense. So if he has a way to retreat, he can do what, like 120 to the active or something like that and 30 to the bench. That is such a crazy item card. dark energy, so I wonder if he's playing Monkey Dory too. So we're doing 90 to the active. That's so crazy. Yeah, that's 90, right? Yeah. I think the Snorlax raises the damage by 30, and so does the Tool. It's like if we don't get more ends cards, like Hop would be at such a benefit compared to all the other owners Pokemon decks, just because it's got like a tool to do damage and reduce energy, a stadium, a item, and a bunch of like good Pokemon. I think the with two hoots on the bench, this guy should have a pretty straightforward time getting this knockout, I would imagine. And that's gonna put the Hops player in a pretty awkward spot. He's gonna be down two, and then what does he do? Just like hit in with the Cramorant? I guess if there's no Bravery Charm on the Raging Bolt, the Cram could get up to a one shot. Or no, can it only do 90 more? You have the tool, the lax in the stadium. Yeah, so no, it can't get up to a one shot. It could one shot the Ogre Palm potentially. It seems like it could be a hard matchup for the Hops player here. Like a Raging Bolt with a Bravery Charm. I don't really know how you can ever deal with that. And our Bolt player's got a pretty solid hand too. What is that Pokemon that he discarded? It looks like a shiny Ditto, or maybe it's just another Rotom. Yeah, it's just another Rotom. Never mind. At first I thought it was a Pelipper. Like that'd be kind of cool. I think that Pelipper card's really weird or really cool. The one that I think when you evolve it, you can get a supporter out of your discard or out of your deck. I wonder why they keep zooming in like that. That's so it's very, very blurry. Huh. Wonder what he's gonna go for now. He'd have to. Yeah, this is a tough spot. Back to back crams, I guess. What he's thinking. I was trying to think if there was like some way that he could reliably set up for like a four prize turn on the Squawk and the Latias or Latias, but I just don't see it. Oh, the jet energies. Did he forget to use Tatsugiri? I'm kind of like half eating food while I'm watching this, so I didn't see. Hopefully he didn't. I wonder if he's got the double in there too. We're gonna see a boss on the Squawk, like boss on the Squawk, boss on the Latias, but how do you ever take the last two prize cards? I wonder. Seems like a tough spot. It could be forgetting an attacker too, but the main attackers in the hop stack are just the Cram and the Zacian EX, I'm pretty sure. And I really don't think that this build of the deck is ever building up Zacian's second attack. I think it's just using like jet energies in the tool card to do like the 90 or 120 to the active and hit the bench as well, which it seems like kind of a hard strategy to make very effective. The way that the game's kind of turned into like so many one shots, where that's like a really solid strategy in a two shot format. But against something like Raging Bull, that's hard to deal with. Even Dragapult, I would think it'd be kind of a tough strategy to pull off. The cram could be better than I'm giving it credit for, just being able to hit for decent numbers 2 turns in a row with a single prize Pokemon. Those Charizard sleeves are pretty cool. Yeah, so he's got the Sada. Gonna knock out the Cram. And the Cram can do 120 to him, and then he can finish off the Bolt the next turn with the Zacian and hitting the Latias on the bench and try to combo that with an Iono, maybe? Maybe that's kind of like the line to win the game. I was gonna say if he does get down like a Fez, that's gonna be really hard to pull off, but goes for the Hoot Hoot. I guess he's kind of counting the Fez as a liability, but it has 210 HP, and so like there's so many other Pokemon on the bench with less or the same amount. I mean, so many 2 prize Pokemon. Yeah, so I think he's gonna try to. Oh, he's having him fix up the bench. Try to hit an Iono off this Tatsugiri, I would imagine. Iono into Cram swing. I don't know. I had really high hopes and with the Hops deck, but kind of seeing this play out seems like it might not be as good as I thought, but I'm probably counting it out too early. I have only seen 2 turns of gameplay happen. Going Prime Catcher on the stream. I wonder if that means he took the Prime off of the prizes. Or if they're saying he's gonna Prime knock out like the Latias or something with the Cram. Would need a tool or a stadium card though. Interesting. Looks like he did not find what he was looking for off that Tatsugiri. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate for our player on the right. He hasn't really gotten to play a draw card all game though, which is definitely making this harder than I'm sure he would like it to be. Research is unfortunately not Iono. I don't even know if this deck plays Iono though, I guess. It is possible that it doesn't. Gonna attach to the Snorlax. Hmm. Interesting. That's unfortunate. Oh yeah, this is best of 1 too now, so there's really like no point in scooping. I don't know what the Snorlax does though. Looks like it does like 60 or 90 for 3. Kind of hard to see it from here. Oh, and the cram's not even going to be a valid attacker next turn. It seems a little unlucky of a draw from the hops player, because he could also just use the tool card to retreat the, like, to attack with the cram and then use the energy attachment for turn to retreat the Tatsugiri. Attacking with the Rotom, I guess that makes sense. You don't really have to like lose any energy, which is nice. Yeah, I don't really know what the hops player can do, especially with a one prize. I guess he's gonna have to boss anyway, so maybe he's just in the same spot as beforehand. Hmm. Wish I could tell how much damage the Snorlax did, but I just can't see it. Yeah, I'm like racking my brain. I just don't see an out for the hops player. That's kind of unfortunate. It'd be cool to see a deck like this win a big tournament. So maybe he's gonna counter catch the Latias, knock it out, and hope that he can figure out something for next turn. Does this thing only attack for 2, or he has the tool? Oh, it does 140. 140, 170. I don't know if it raises its own damage or not. All right, so I see how he would win this matchup. Actually kind of ended up in a bad spot just from missing that one attack. I didn't realize that the Snorlax did that. So if he got the attack on the Raging Bolt last turn, could have finished it off this turn and then tried to like, or he probably wanted the turn before that when he could still attack with the Cram, knock out a Teal Mask, and then finish off the Latias. I don't know if the Raging Bolt deck really plays like a way to bump their stadium to kind of clean off a damaged Pokemon off the bench, but so he did have a pretty good line to win, just got maybe a little unlucky that turn, or maybe not. I don't know how many item based Gust cards he's playing or whatever. Ooh, he grabs the Latias again. Oh, Snorlax damages itself. I didn't realize that. This is what, 80 to itself? That's a lot. And he hits him with the Iono. That is a tragedy. An absolute tragedy. Yeah, maybe you can boss up the Noctowl and hope that the opponent's out of any way to get a single energy back. Probably not, though. Gonna send up the Noctowl. Interesting. I thought he was gonna get back the bundle for a second. That'd be kind of funny. Tatsugiri is not really doing the hops player any favors. Unfortunate for him, you kind of rely on that too. You know, probably draw through your deck, and that is GG. I hope Raging Bolt's not the best deck in the BDIF after rotation. That would just be pretty sad. I doubt it will be. This is like the only time I've seen it played post rotation. This is best of one, right? Pretty sure that it is. Yeah. Just check out the first day 2 round that they streamed while that's going on. Oh, that's the that Art Zero is really cool. Wonder what he's up against with Blood Moon. Blood Moon's like was in so many decks, and I just haven't really been seeing it much since Prismatic came out, which is kind of surprising. The card's still really good. I've been kind of wondering why it's not in Maridon anymore. Psychic and Grass Energy. What in the world? Yeah, I can't tell what deck this is at all. This might be something really obvious, and I just can't think of it. Well, we know we got Noctowls in there and Ogre Ponds. I'm not really sure what the psychic energies would be for. Is it just like Lily's Clefairy, maybe? Yeah, it's probably so obvious. I just can't think of it. He's gonna Crispin. Starting that Blood Moon kind of sucks. Could have got like a pretty free knockout on that Badoo, I would think. Reversal energies with that Darmanitan or Darmanitan, I think it is. Seems so good. Interesting. No hand attachment for turn. So what this deck plays the Zorark and then dark energies to attack with it, and then reversals to use a one prizer. Kind of cool. There's just no like good attack for the evolution Pokemon with the big HP, or for the big basics, I mean, because the what is it, the Kyurem Reshiram hits for 170, and then you can snipe 90 and 90, so maybe you like snipe and set up knockouts for the 170 attack. Would be quite a shame if we didn't get another attacker for that for the ends deck. Oh, has he got a Master Ball Badoo? Oh my god, the full art Zoroark is from here. It looks just like Zoroark GX. It's like the same color scheme. It's kind of cool. A little bit nostalgic. Only a mere 70 more hit points though. Hmm. It is a Reshiram, huh? Oh, it's got the outrage attack to do big damage when you need it. All right. Maybe it is a bit better than I thought. 280 might be a little bit harder to hit after rotation as well. Like right now in my head, I'm just thinking like 280 is such an easy number to hit, but maybe I'm just wrong. Oh, for a second, I thought he used the 90/90 that discards the energy. That would be unfortunate because of the Terra attribute. Oh, yeah, that's why he didn't attach last turn, 'cause his hand isn't very good. He wanted to get another draw. That makes sense. That makes sense. What is going All right. I don't think the current round is up yet. Hmm. So maybe the Zorak deck might just be way better than I originally thought it was. We just had to see it pass from the, I guess, Ogre Pond player, which is kind of unfortunate for him. Now the Zorak player is just going to be drawing all the cards. Well, by all the cards, I mean 4. That's not really all the cards, but it is definitely nice to see 4 more cards. So I wonder if that's the full art, or that can't be the alt art, right? That would be kind of disappointing. That's probably just the full art. The image does look quite a bit computer generated though, which obviously they all are, but he doesn't take the knockout. I guess Zorak's probably weak to grass. So maybe that's what he was concerned about. Interesting. Because, oh, I guess the Darmanitan wouldn't one shot the Ogre Pond. I hope I'm saying that Pokemon's name right. So you can't really like just let the Ogre Pond come out and knock out Zoroark, or else you won't really have a good return KO. He's gonna retreat and start item locking. I don't think that the next round has started yet. I'm pretty sure that last round was pretty quick. Kind of unfortunate. This is like the one thing that makes best of one seem so bad. If you brick, it's just like GG, better luck next time. It's kind of sad. But if there's more rounds, I guess that would make up for it. Yeah, he's just getting all set up. He might not have like any good way to deal with an Ogre Pond though. As long as the Zorak is weak to grass, I'm kind of just assuming it is. Hopefully next time they show the image of it, I can remember to look at the weakness. Oops. This is a replay, but both players get to play this game, so. What is that? Oh, it's the middle evolution. I thought that was a Bruxish at first, which wouldn't really make the most sense. So that one does 10 and retreat locks your opponent. I wonder if he's just going for like a deck out situation. I'm not. Maybe that is the way to go. Single prize mirror match kind of thing. Or down a prize, it kind of puts you in a tough spot. Or I think that one does 10 in retreat lock. One does a little bit of damage in retreat locks, and one does a little bit of damage and then switches to the bench. I know that. I wonder if this is a replay from day one or just the secondary stream from the previous round, probably. I gotta try this deck. This looks so cool. Actually, you don't even really need to retreat lock, right? Like, they're not going anywhere. There's no way that they're retreating this brute bonded, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I gotta try this deck. This is so cool. I guess you're not gonna face like Conkle there every time, but I think there's several matchups you could find yourself in this kind of a board state. Just retreat locking and then bench wiping with Monkey Dory. I'm assuming everyone knows what these cards do, but the Feraligatr like puts damage on itself to do more damage with its attack, but you can just make it self damage and then use Monkey Dory to move the damage to the bench and yeah, and just use the attack to stick something in the active and kind of wait until you can board wipe your opponent. Kind of sucks for the Conkeldurr player because they had a bench spot. They could like play down a Petron or I guess just Petron. I always like the idea of the 4 jet energies in the 4 jet energies in the Conkeldurr deck. Jet's just such a good card, and then you don't need energies to attack, so you might as well play like the best, what would the word be? Auxiliary energy, I guess. Oh, did he take an extra prize? That would be unfortunate. I'm like bad luck. There's been so many prize penalties on the last 2 streams. Oh yeah, sorry everyone. This is the Japan Champions League. I for some reason cannot change the name of the stream. I would very much like to do that, but I would have to restart the stream and I don't really want to shut the stream down, like make a new thumbnail and stuff. Yeah, this is in between round 9 and 10. I think this was the backup stream round, which would mean that a Feraligatr and a Conkeldurr made day 2, which would be pretty dope. Maybe we can see Tord on stream at some point. That'd be kind of cool. There was a like seems like more judge calls than normal, but maybe it just seems like more because I have to try and fill the time with blankness. Oh, she started poisoning. I guess it makes sense why you no. The poison doesn't really make a difference because the monkey dories just are gonna move the damage anyway. Yeah, this seems like a really tough spot for our Conkeldurr player here. Hmm. I wonder. Oh, they took his prizes and shuffled them. These sleeves are really cool. The Dusclops sleeves. I wonder if this is going to be a real deck, the Feraligatr deck. I guess I didn't really like fully understand what it was trying to do the first time I saw the list. I didn't realize that trying to like in a lot of games hit and run into the Mimikyu and stuff like that. I just saw the retreat lock and then kind of took the Mimikyus out of the deck, and that was probably not really a good choice. And now I know that. So now he can retreat to the Feraligatr and do bigger damage with the one of the previous evolution's attacks. And yeah, our other player can like poison for 50, but I'm not really too sure where you go from there exactly. Is that a baby a girder or whatever on the bench? It probably is. So she can poison for 60, but all the damage just gets moved off. And yeah, the Petron gets knocked out. Oh yeah, the game's over, right? Oh, it's got a Bravery Charm. I didn't even notice that. Bravery Charm and Conkeldurr seems kind of random. Oh yeah, he wins anyway. No, he can just like do 280 to the Petron, knock it out, and win the game. What a cool deck. That's such a cool matchup for day two, Conkeldurr and for Alligator. Oh boy. Interesting. I wonder when the next round is going to start. Huh. I will be right back. The next round starts soon. Let me know if I should turn the audio up. I'm trying to talk a little bit quieter because I'm like losing my voice, kind of. Or not kind of, I am just losing my voice a little bit. Kind of wanted to watch at least one more round. It looks like also my friend texted me and said 712 is good for top cut at the Puerto Rico special event, which I guess is that means that 821 is good as well. Is that how math works? No, that's not how math works. All right. This card looks pretty cool. It would be nice if they brought fairy Pokemon back, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think that they decided that it was too hard to balance with the extra type, which is kind of interesting. I thought the weakness and resistance and stuff was kind of balanced before, but maybe not. There were like 3 types weak to fighting, but now just dragon is left without a weakness, which doesn't really make the most amount of sense. I think this commercial is really cool too. With all the trainers Pokemon. I never saw the Purloin card get revealed or whatever the cat Pokemon was. I'm curious what that is going to end up doing. I don't even know which trainer that would belong to. I'm not very up on my Pokemon lore, I suppose. Dude, I missed it again. I gotta check what the weakness is. I'm so curious if Zoroark is weak to fighting or grass, and I keep forgetting to look at it. I've had very many opportunities to see it too. Should show us in a second here. There we go. It is weak to grass. All right. That makes sense. I think the dark Pokemon are weak to grass because they're weak to bug in the video game, and like the poison types are weak to fighting in the TCG, which maybe they're weak to rock in the video game. I'm not really too sure about that. Whenever I try to play one of the video games, I get all confused about the weaknesses because I just assume like TCG weaknesses are accurate. I wonder what that plushie was. Looked like a pink rock and roller or whatever. The little rock guy is called that looks like a pencil sharpener. Oh, they got 3 casters over there. That's kind of cool. Looks like it's like the same people the whole time too, where over here it's switches back and forth. I wonder how many rounds they're having today before Top Cut. Forget who it was. I heard someone say that they're having like a ton of rounds day 2, like 8 or something like that, but that kind of seems like a lot just when I think about it. Was that Penny Iono and some guy for the plushies? The Iono one doesn't really look like Iono. It's just the head ball things that look, or like the telltale signs that it's her. So I wonder if they'll end up putting Tord on stream. I know Tord and Raul already are there. I don't know if Raul's doing good or not, but Tord's like 8-0. And when Fabian was at one, he was doing good the whole time and they never ended up putting him on stream. But I'm curious to see if they will stream any of them this time. Maybe it depends if they think it's unfair to like Japanese players, if they think that they want to be on stream, but I know that I would really prefer to never be on stream at a regional, but that's just me. I unfortunately cannot read any of these tweets or whatever. Oops. I was gonna say, I wonder if that thing in the corner is saying how much time is left till the next round, but I don't imagine that it is. Oh, are these the promos they get? They really get such cooler stuff over there. I wonder if they get like the Tatsugiri and the energies for entering the tournament. Really hoping that they start this next round soon. I think that this is like the vote. They let people vote for the round, maybe. But the YouTube chat probably doesn't get to vote, so I can't even tell. Unfortunate. I wonder if there's no 9-0s at this point. Hey, what's up, Lero? Oh yeah. I could see that in VGC before it was open team sheet. I just get nervous. Or I think I would get nervous on stream. I guess I've never been on stream, so I really can't say either way, but I would imagine I'd get pretty nervous. There was only one time that I thought I was ever going to be streamed though, and they didn't end up picking me, so that was pretty lucky. I was playing against Raul, and I figured that I know that they try to put him on stream, and it was like, oh, like one of the things rounds where you win to go to six wins, and I know that that's when they start streaming people. Can't remember what we were, 5-1 or 501 or something like that. Yeah, right. I'm exactly the same way. I can't imagine like the white noise in the ears and knowing that there's like thousands of people watching. That is not for me. I feel like I would get like stage fright and end up getting like a slow play penalty from not being able to make decisions fast enough. I'm just overthinking everything. But I know some people like want to be on stream and get kind of excited about it, so there should be enough of them for them to pick. Let's see, we got Charizard. I wonder if it's Charizard Dragapult, because we were seeing a lot of that at the SP doing pretty well. Looks like this other deck is just a straight Dragapult. Or no, we saw Dusknoir or Duskull pieces from both sides, so it's probably straight Charizard versus Dragapult. I think Dragapult's fairly favored in this matchup. I'm not like super experienced with the matchup from either side, but from what I've been told, Dragapult has a pretty good time into it. Pikes are two-shining each other, and then Dragapult also gets the advantage of being able to spread damage how they want. And a Dusknoir plus a Dragapult attack is perfect one-shot on a Charizard, and you get the 6 extra damage wherever you want it. Like, she is going to start with the Artisan. Makes sense. Getting only one Dreepy down is a little unfortunate, but like it's not like it's gonna get knocked out or anything. I would just assume that you'd want a couple Dreepies down to get into your cloaks, but I think one was off of the artisan and one was from hand. So maybe he didn't really have much of a choice there. Looks like a decent enough hand for next turn though for the Dragapult player. Getting the Pidgey down, this is really the only chance for that. If you expect that the Dragapult player is going to be able to get an attack next turn. I wonder if we'll see a TM Evo from our Charizard player. It looks like we will. That's pretty ideal because I imagine with the Evo, he's playing the Pidgeotto. Should be pretty nice. They switched that a little late, but should be able to get a decent look at the deck. Looks like some kind of TM Evo promo too, which is kind of cool. I missed which Pokemon. Yeah, all right. Pidgeotto and Charmeleon. That seems pretty perfect. I think this is exactly the start you'd be looking for with a Charizard into Dragapult going second. Of course, they could just go Candy, Dusknoir, knock out the Pidgeot. Yeah, like that's a lot to ask for, but like Candy, Dusknoir, Candy, Dragapult seem we're not getting that. All right. So no attack this turn, but I think a Candy Dusknoir to take out the Pidgeot still, or the Pidgeotto still would probably be pretty good. Do we see it, or is that a Buddy Poffin? Yeah, it's a Poffin, so I don't think that that is exactly what's going to happen. Maybe a Badoo attack? I don't think Badoo would be terrible here. Like, yeah, the Zard player still needs to find the Zards, and then you're making sure that your Dracloak's not getting knocked out by a Dusknoir, so seems like a decent enough play. It's like an Artisan and then some other card. I think you just put the Artisan to the bottom, right? It's also possible it wasn't an Artisan. I think the Dragapult player either took Boss or Fire off of the Dracloak. Let's see if the Zard player can get into just a Charizard or a Pidgeot. It's going to be a decent enough spot. Wonder if they get into a Charizard, if they ever knock out the Badoo with the Dusclops to force another promotion. Probably would just promote the Dreepy with no energy. Seems like a pretty straightforward choice, but saving the busting out the Charizard. No items needed. Might want to save the Dusclops for a Dusknoir to one shot. A Dragapult might be the way to go. Got the old school energies, it looks like. I think I saw one that looked like had a base set 2 symbol on it, but maybe not. Looks like their borders were different back then too. It's like gold. Okay, sorry, the title still says Puerto Rico. This is Champions League. I either can't change the title or I don't know how. Or I would definitely change it. Oh, they got a mist energy too. That's pretty cool. I guess not knowing how to change the title is the same as I can't change it. Yeah, mist energy's pretty good here if she can get into a Pidgeot. Of course, mist does not protect from Dusknoir. I wonder if we'll ever get a card that protects from Dusknoir. I don't know how balanced that would be though. If we had like something that could stop abilities, maybe on an energy it would be fair. But as an ability, it could be a little too strong. I guess we did have we had one ability that a psychic Pokemon that stopped abilities from affecting all your Pokemon with energy on it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I'm not like 100% sure how much longer I'm going to stream. I'm kind of losing my voice right now. That is why I'm talking so quiet. I heard you can pretty easily change the titles on Twitch, but this is on YouTube and there's really no option for it on OBS unless I think I could easily change it if I already had something set up, like a separate broadcast setup. For this, I could switch to it, but I don't, and I'd have to end it to make a new one. Yeah, I think it would have to be on a stage 1 or a stage 2 or require something else like an energy, like all your Pokemon with this type of energy can't be affected by it or something like that. I don't know. I might be like regret saying this if wait, what? Oh, I was gonna say forgot to shuffle there. But I always thought a Garbotoxin reprint would be kind of cool, but that's easy enough to say now, and if they reprinted it, I could definitely regret that. So taking out the Pidgeotto and the Charmander, it's gonna be pretty solid here, I think. I imagine that's what we're gonna see. Pretty sure of it. The Dragon Ball player did draw into another Dracloak. I wonder if it would have been better there to evolve up the Dracloak that was already used to save the other Dreepy to evolve into a Dracloak to get a little bit more draw. Not really too sure though. Was that a 60 HP Charmander? I thought the oh, Puerto Rico ended. Sorry, I can't change the title. Unfortunately, Puerto Rico ended until tomorrow. But I guess one of my friends told me they heard like 712 was going to be good to go for Top Cut, which is kind of surprising. I thought it would be like at least 8 wins, like 8-2, but I guess 22 match points looks like it's going to be the threshold for that. And yeah, I would definitely change the title if I could or if I knew how. Probably can, but I just don't know how. I looked. What is that noise? Yeah, I like looked through everything and didn't see an easy or obvious way to change it unless I was like more prepared and made a separate broadcast for this, but I wasn't really thinking that the two events would line up. Oh god, thermostat's kind of making a funny noise. That is a little bit concerning. Huh. I'm kind of confused how that Charmander has 20 damage on it. I thought the other Charmander had 50 HP left, but it must only had 40. Kind of tough for the Zard player too. Not having access to Pidgeot anymore can be really hard to deal with as a Zard player. And yeah, you basically can't bench unless you can like Thornton something into a Pidgey and then candy it up that turn. The Dragapult's gonna knock it out anytime. Yeah, she seems kind of defeated already. That's unfortunate. Oh, because the Dusknoir is prized. I think I see what happened. I think she went to Ultra Ball for Dusknoir and maybe only plays one, and I believe it's in the prize cards. Maybe that's what the head shake there was about. Mention the pheasantipity though. I think we played an ultra ball for it. I don't know. I must have missed something. I don't know what I was looking at when all that went on. Yeah, so this is kind of a tough spot. Really gonna want to get another Charmander down, because if the Dragapult player can get Candy Dusknoir, knock out the active, knock out the Charmander, it's just GG's. There's no Radiant Charizard anymore or anything like that. Kind of a tough spot to come back from. Charizard really is going to be at a pretty big disadvantage without access to a Radiant Charizard. Right, boss on the Pheasantipity, trying to get the Dusknoir, I would imagine. Does not hit it. And the Dragapult player can kind of shut the game down on this turn pretty much with just a simple Candy Dusknoir. I would imagine that's pretty likely to have. Couldn't really tell if that was a Vessel or a Crispin. We'll see. It looks like it probably was a Vessel. Saw a lot of the Dragapult Charizards at Puerto Rico playing an Energy Search, but looks like they are rocking with Vessel. Definitely a better card overall. That is for sure. Arven and Dusclops, that looked like. I think the Dusclops was taken and not the Arven. There is definitely rare candies in there. Oh, Arven already in hand, probably for Candy or Ultra Ball, I would imagine. Is that a Terror Orb? No, Counter Catcher. Oh yeah, the Zard player's ahead on prizes now. So I can take out the probably the Dusclops and the Charmander. And then next turn, try and go for the Candy Dusknoir, knock out the Zard, play for game. Yep, that is what we're going to see. I think that is probably the best play. Using the Counter Catcher before the boss. Yeah, that makes sense because the Counter Catcher has a good chance to not be active next turn, especially since you're knocking out the Dusclops. Basically guaranteeing that you're not getting knocked out without a. I guess Defiance Band could knock out the Dragapult, but oh, that was a bit of a sequencing mistake. Yeah. Yeah, definitely wanted to see that Pheasantipity get used first, because if like Candy Dusknoir was drawn, could knock out the Charizard and the Charmander on the bench and basically win the game on the spot. Kind of unfortunate now. Now if this player has a Defiance Band, they can knock out the Dragapult and force the Dragapult player to have a boss to knock out the Pheasantipity. Interesting. Benching the Duskull. I guess it doesn't really matter at this point, since you're basically either winning or losing this turn. And you don't have two one prizers down anyway. Unless we're going to see another one get benched. I think like counter catcher Iona, like counter catcher on the Pheasantipity, and Iona would put the Charizard player in actually a decent spot. I don't know how many boss the Dragapult player is playing, but there is a boss in hand, so it would go to the bottom of the deck. They usually don't play more than 2. See if they have it. That'd be a really good play. I don't even know if the Charizard player plays Defiance Band though. You might not play it with the Dusknoir line in the deck. Yeah, so Arvin is basically just game. Oh, they're still on Fair Stamp, I guess. Could Arvin for Stamp Defiance? Oh, Hero's Cape. Huh. I don't know. I don't see the line. Could Hero's Cape the Fez, but then the Dusknoir Dragapult attack's already there, so you kind of have to Hero's Cape the Zard, and we know the Dragapult player has boss already in hand. Looks like this could just be GG, but at this point you might as well play it out. Your opponent could always make a mistake, you never know. Definitely had that happen before, thinking that I'm in like a spot there's no way I can win. Like maybe your opponent just tunnel visions on something else and doesn't see the line to win the game. But Defiance Band on the active, Hero's Cape on the Fez would. No, this wouldn't lock. Yeah, it would lock this game up, I think, because that would lock out the Dragapult player from being able to use Dusknoir, and that is what we end up seeing. So, yeah, I don't. Maybe the Dragapult player can do something I don't see, but our Zard player might have made a really good comeback here. Just got into all of it. Definitely, the Dragapult player got super punished for messing up the sequencing on the previous turn and doing everything and then deciding to bench the Fez at the last second and drawing into Candy Dusknoir. And then the other player got rewarded for doing things in the right order. So I guess that's what you like to see. Even though I thought matchup seems a bit closer maybe than I would think. Maybe it's not as close because, or not as close as I would think, because the Dragapult player kind of should have board wiped the Zard player at some point. Just didn't end up happening. We are going to see the Iono. Don't really know. Oh, yeah, no, that does do a lot, actually. That might bring it back for the Pult player. I keep flip-flopping here, but the Dragapult player should not take a knockout on the Dusclops. Or the Duskull, I mean. Or no, because it would be 1-1, so you can actually knock it out. But no, you'd be giving him Pheasantipity. I am like having a hard time here. Yeah, so they need basically exactly boss or Dusclops to win this game, and getting Iono to 1 is unfortunate because can't play Ultra Ball. So this is gonna be, I imagine she would just slam it if she had it. And there's what, 70 damage on the Fez, but you can't really retreat to the Fez without an attachment. Then you're not attacking next turn either. I wish I could see the cards in hand. Oh, and that's game. That's unfortunate. We almost saw a really great comeback. Or no, duh, if you knock out the Duskull, they do 330. I am just out of it right now. Yeah, so Dragon Ball does end up winning that game. Not getting the Pidgeotto ended up being, or the Pidgeot was very, very rough for the Charizard player. I thought that they kind of made the comeback with that Heroes Cape Defiance band play though. But the old Iono to 1 will get you most of the time. All right, I'm going to take off. Kind of losing my voice here. I can't really talk anymore. Thank you everyone for hanging out and checking out the stream. I very much appreciate it. And yeah, thank you and have a good one.